All right. I think we're up. Let me just make sure that's true. Cool. We are good to go, I think. That's true. Cool. Neck me, why is it? Um. Okay, is that better? All right. Okay, is that better? Yep, cool. I don't know why it's selected from that. Okay, I'm gonna quickly join the Discord. Yo, yo, you there?
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, can you just quickly do me a favor? Can you just check into my stream and tell me if it's the audio is fucked?
Listen out.
Is it good or?
Oh, no, I'm trying to listen to people talking in the background, being loud.
Okay, got it.
I am a decent volume. I think you could be a bit louder though.
Just turn myself up.
No, you're good now. You're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just talking a little bit quieter, I think.
That makes sense.
Save for power. I turned the power off. Chop the power line.
Let me just make sure everything's good. We'll get onto it.
You know, I saw a feature on Twitch that I've got access to.
Oh yeah.
You can also stream in both a horizontal and a vertical format for mobile.
Oh shit. Okay.
It was just like an extra plug in that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I was gonna play around with that and see how how it is.
Yep. Also,
Just depends on how I'll set it up.
have you been sending some of your stuff to your Instagram too, or just YouTube Shorts?
I haven't. No, I actually removed those. I was gonna start that up again.
Yeah, because what I was gonna say is I've been looking at some of my stats um on my Instagram. My skip rate it went from like 40% to like 10 to 20% ever since I got the face cam.
What's up? Oh, yes. What? Yes. I know.
That's sort of wank. What? All right, the real question is, do I want to do global politics first, or do we go straight into the Kiwi shit?
Come on.
Let's see. We might do some global politics stuff, and then hop into some domestic politics. Well, it's already politics, more economics, but
Late last week, the official Consumer Price Index inflation figure rose to 4.2% year over year, the highest annualized rate seen since the post-COVID price surge of 2022.
hog. Like, how do you fuck up the inflation rate that bad? Like, I get COVID spike, but how do you continue to rile it up after the fact? Well, it's because DJT over here wants lower interest rates, which naturally is a money creation tool, so you'll have more inflation.
This by itself was not a great result, even though these official numbers really just confirmed what most people already knew. Things are getting more expensive, but what they didn't capture is what is likely to still be coming down the pipe. Last month, the Producer Price Index, which tracks a basket of items that businesses use to provide goods and services to consumers, saw its largest single increase in the last decade, with the only exception of a single month at the height of post-pandemic inflation. Now, the reasons are pretty obvious. Fuel prices trickle through to almost everything that needs to be transported, sprinkle in persistent tariff uncertainty, market consolidation, and a lot of resources being redirected towards data center buildouts instead of providing service infrastructure to regular people and businesses. Now, eventually, these companies will either be forced to accept lower profit or just pass these higher prices along to consumers, which will ultimately be a decision made for them by how much more those consumers can financially bear. Again, not exactly surprising stuff anymore. And if anything, the cost of living crisis we are currently experiencing is arguably not as bad as wider economic conditions might suggest.
I'm gonna deafen if you want to
For
speak
now,
on
at
stage.
least.
I actually
But
sound
the
just because I think I was hearing you normally.
All right. Okay. No problem. I'll be on stream. So yeah, you can just hear me through stream.
Of these numbers are worth understanding because they are likely to mean a lot more than just yet even higher prices. This kind of inflation is putting a new Fed in a very difficult position.
You know,
The
I
logical
sound
move
like the
would be
normal
to
sound,
raise
but you are
interest
tad
rates.
quiet.
But that runs the risk
All right. What I'll
of
do,
sweeping out the
it's
last leg
probably I'm
of
leaning
the
back in my chair.
economy, which is the stock
Yeah,
market.
probably.
A
So
stock
what is this?
market
Does it sound
that is
good?
already gearing up to digest.
Again, just
All right. Does it sound good?
a bit louder.
No,
Bit
no,
louder.
okay. Well, yeah. Okay. How about that? Is that good? Or
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
all right, sweet. But yeah, so basically, like, just to give you context on this, DJT, the big orange man, he wants to lower interest rates, which will basically create more inflation because you're putting more money into the market, basically, because people can borrow at cheaper rates. So, like, there's a reason why the inflation's going up still, even though COVID is obviously over ages ago.
Hmm.
So if we look at this graph, I think he brought it up here.
Producer Price Index, which tracks a basket of items that business a great
Yeah,
result.
wait.
Even though these official numbers really just confirm capture is what is likely to be new. Things are getting more expensive, but what they didn't
Kill me, where is it? Here?
the highest annualized rate
Yeah, here we go.
since the post-COVID price surge of 2020.
So like this shouldn't happen technically. Maybe the oil price has a lot to do with it, but like this is also because he wants interest rates to stay low. So yeah, I'm gonna just go back to 137.
A stock market that is already gearing up to digest 3 mega IPOs in the next few months. The other options involve either sacrificing the American consumer, the American worker, or the American dollar. The other unfortunate reality worth keeping in mind is that no matter what we
What's up?
You know what we're gonna play today?
I want to do something PDX game if you wanted. As I said, that's got me the most subscribers and the most like engagement.
Good.
Yeah, what do you want? Do I do Ahoy or do you want to do Vicky? Your choice.
I mean, I'll do Vicky, I guess. I haven't played it in a while.
No problem. You can do yeah, you just figure out what nation you want to play. Like I'll do probably 2 hours of this, of politics, and we can go on to.
Well, I was gonna start the stream at 5 o'clock.
Oh yeah. We'll see how it goes.
do with our financial levers, we can't print more oil, and any price increases from here are going to be on top of a cost of living level that was already forcing a lot of people to go without.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation.
Spending all of that money on housing, food, child.
Keep in mind, remember, like I brought this up in stream before, but like housing is not a productive asset. Like the moment a construction worker leaves the housing site, like it stops becoming productive. So yeah, we really got to stop treating housing like as an investment and more as just a commodity. But it's gonna nuke like the middle class as well if you do that.
Housing is just a basic human need.
Yeah. Like what should happen? Let me do the streamer thing. Let me get paint out. I brought this up in stream before. But like
dude.
you have economic condition, you have price, and you have demand, and you have supply. Okay? If the economic condition is like dog shit, the price should go down alongside demand because of the economic condition. These two correlate. And the supply would obviously also go down. So what would have to happen is that the government would have to come in, all right, increase the supply, and demand would stay even more down because of the supply going up. Price would go even more down. But the economic, yeah, no problem. And the economic condition would be like this. So yeah, you need the government to step in with stuff like this.
Care, transportation, health, and taxes, there's nothing left over. And it's hard to imagine that if I'm making $120,000, I'm barely making it.
The numbers at the gas pumps keep going up.
$5.39, $5.59, and $5.79. This is ridiculous. We went from 3s to 5s.
Domestically, we've got about 216 million barrels of gasoline available to us. That seems like a lot, but 190 million barrels is considered critical.
Okay, so inflation has clearly been creeping up, and that's on top of levels well above what would be considered optimal. But for now at least, there are, or at least were, a few things that have been shielding us from the full effects of just how unaffordable things have become. The first of those sacrificial shields is that we have been burning through inventories. In early 2025, companies stocked up on anything and everything they could keep in their warehouses, mostly in an attempt to get ahead of tariff disruptions, and where possible, they've just been using those stockpiles to keep prices competitive for as long as they can. In the first quarter of 2025 alone, businesses added around $172 billion worth of inventory, which, according to government GDP data, was the largest quarterly inventory buildup outside of the pandemic recovery in records going back to the 1940s. This obviously doesn't apply to perishables that can't be stored indefinitely, but specifically, things like component parts and other goods were piled up in bulk. Small businesses didn't have a warehouse to do this, so mostly this has been a benefit to larger retailers and B2B suppliers. A big box retailer could fill distribution centers with a year's worth of patio furniture before the tariffs landed. The local warehouse buying through a distributor got a few extra weeks stock at best, which was kind of part of the plan. For big companies, this was an opportunity to run anti-competitive pricing without actually running anti-competitive pricing, because in theory, it wasn't their fault that their smaller market rivals didn't order supplies before a 30% tax was slapped on everything. Obviously, this isn't great, but for consumers and end producers, it at the very least delayed price increases. When the tariffs hit, Goldman Sachs estimated that companies were only passing along about a fifth of the cost increases to consumers. A year later, their estimates put that figure closer to 3/4, and still rising. Researchers at the Fed went a step further last month and described what we are seeing now as, full pass-through. So that cushion is mostly spent. We still don't 100% know what is happening with tariffs either. The Supreme Court struck down the biggest batch of them in February, but the White House has still been going back and forth on new ways to get around these rulings and re-implement something in its place. For now, since the first round of tariff rules weren't legally enforceable, the government will, at some point, have to pay back around $166 billion in refunds to about 330,000 importers, money that is unlikely to find its way back to consumers. This refund process has been incredibly slow and administratively difficult, which is again disproportionately impacting smaller businesses that don't have the time or the manpower to wait for this cash. There was also a lot of speculation around these rulings, with certain companies buying the rights to tariff refunds before they were confirmed. They would go to businesses and pay them some money to write up a contract that would entitle them to tariff refunds if and when they were ever handed back. One trade attorney at Foley & Lardner reported getting hundreds of emails a day offering to buy his clients' refund claims, with offers that started around 20 cents on the dollar. So yeah, apparently this is a whole industry now. A lot of desperate small businesses took those pretty crappy deals just to get some money back to make payroll. The investors themselves have made 400% returns off this desperation within the span of just a few months, which is clearly how the free market ought to be working. Now, arguably, these investment firms still accepted the risks that these tariffs may never be paid back, in which case they would lose all the money they paid to these businesses. But it probably didn't help that the actual architect of the tariff plan in the first place also had direct interest in an investment firm betting against the legality of those very same tariffs. Now, even outside of particularly egregious examples like that, this financialization of government tools is making it particularly difficult for smaller businesses to compete. But the point here is that once inventories run dry, we will be more directly exposed to the increased prices to actually make or import stuff, which at the moment is climbing about 1.5 times as fast as the headline inflation number. Now, the reason why this pressure on small businesses is such a big deal is because larger companies aren't going to cover this gap forever. They have accepted tighter margins for now, because they realize that there is only so much consumers can bear. But if smaller businesses...
I think the US midterms will go. I think the Democrats are going to get a massive sweep. Mostly with the fact that economic conditions are really dog shit. Like, I've held this opinion for a while. I think people vote with their wallets. Yeah, it sucks, but not many people are ideologically inclined. I think it's a lot to do with just the economic condition.
Businesses are pushed out of these markets, there won't be much competition left stopping major retailers from passing along these input price shocks and then some. So yeah, this inventory drawdown has been softening the inflationary blow for the last 12 months, and that's the first layer of armor that has more or less been used up. But within the last 100 days in particular, there has been one inventory cache that we have been drawing on.
Hey Simon. Oh, sorry, are you in YouTube chat? Oh man, I think he left. Let me just... Can I like reply to his message? Yep. Sorry if my YouTube chat's a bit delayed, so I'll try to actually bring up my multi chat now because I haven't actually got that many people on YouTube. It's nice to have some people in YouTube actually now. Yeah, if you guys want to throw in some questions, I've got some good questions. We're gonna do some US economics, and then we're gonna move on to NZ stuff if you're in if you're a Kiwi.
Reserve. So it's time to learn how money works to find out how much longer we can hide away the real inflation problem. This video is sponsored by Odoo. Odoo is the all-in-one business management platform that pulls sales, accounting, inventory, manufacturing, e-commerce, and CRM into a single connected system, instead of forcing you to juggle 5 different tools that do not talk to each other. What makes Odoo work is how seamlessly it ties everything together. It runs entirely, which makes it a more time. Okay, so companies' private stockpiles have quietly been absorbing a lot of the price pressure for the last year, but the one doing the heaviest lifting right now belongs to the federal government. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is quite literally a huge pool of oil kept in 4 separate underground caves, which is in theory made for times like this. If we need to stabilize supply and by extension prices during unstable times, we can draw down these reserves to put more oil into the market and avoid huge swings. It's pretty simple, but it won't last forever. According to the Department of Energy's own numbers, the reserve held about 411 million barrels at the start of the year. As of last week, it was down to around 349 million, sitting at under just half of its theoretical maximum of 711 million barrels, after weeks of the largest drawdowns in its history. The rate at which we have been drawing oil from, it would be fine if the conflict in Iran really did only last a few weeks, but we are now more than 3 months in, and despite recent peace talks, there is still a long way to go before things get back to normal. The US has committed 172 million barrels to the Coordinated International Release, and completing that commitment would leave the reserve at its lowest level since 1982, directly following the most severe oil crisis in history, which for context took place over 2 years to get to where we are now just after 100 days. Now, another technical but important detail is that we can't draw these reserves down to zero. To maintain the cavern integrity of the locations where we actually keep all this oil, we need to keep about 150 million barrels in there at an absolute minimum. So in plain English, at our current rate of drawdown, we are about 10 weeks away from hitting a hard limit on this supply cushion. If this runs out, I truly cannot emphasize how f***ed we are. Prices will flow through a lot more of the economy than direct costs at the pump. Almost everything in America is moved with diesel engines. According to the American Trucking Associations, trucks alone carried almost 3/4 of all domestic freight tonnage in 2024. For consumer prices, one of the sharpest recent movers has been the cost of air travel, which was in turn caused by everything we covered in last week's video. Jet fuel used in a 737 and diesel used in a truck or a locomotive are actually surprisingly similar fuels. They are both middle distillates pulled from the same part of the barrel. So the increased cost of shipping yourself to Cancun is roughly analogous to the increased cost of shipping anything else everywhere else. Jet fuel prices have already doubled over the last year according to EIA price data. Regular diesel is up almost 60%. Maersk, the world's second largest shipping company, says the conflict is adding around $500 million a month to its costs, and that one carrier alone moves about 14% of everything you buy. The International Energy Agency has called this the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market, with around 14 million barrels a day still shut in. If the strategic reserve here in America and other similar reserves around the world can no longer make up the difference, there is nothing left standing between us and bearing the full force of that disruption. Now, technically, America is a net fossil fuel exporter, and the old team at Micro did a great video on why that unfortunately does not really matter by actually tracing every barrel of oil that goes through our country, so I will leave a link to that video in the description. But the most important TLDR is that almost all of our fossil fuels outside of the strategic reserve belong to private companies that are just going to sell to the highest bidder no matter where in the world they are. With global supplies this short, Bloomberg now describes American barrels as the supplier of last resort for everyone else, which keeps our prices pinned to the global crisis price regardless of how much we produce. So fuel costs became everything costs. I know this isn't exactly new news, but transport and energy isn't the only limited resource suppliers are currently contending with. And even if the war in Iran theoretically ends tomorrow in its entirety with no ongoing consequences, which is probably wishful thinking to put it mildly, there are still additional headwinds against prices. At the same time as we are dealing with energy constraints, a lot of skilled tradesmen, energy components, materials, and government attention has been tied up in building data centers. Now, we have already spoken endlessly about these projects and their, logical payoff. But the point here is that they are a huge strain on limited components like, well, everything from ram trucks, tradesmen, concrete, rebar, commercial building equipment, and most crucially, electrical infrastructure with a particular choke point being electrical transformers. These little metal boxes could provide power to local energy grids, or a real factory, both of which would increase the supply of essential services or consumer goods respectively. Or they could sit in a warehouse waiting for data centers to go online, and at the moment, there is just more money supporting the latter option. Now, to play devil's advocate a bit here, if these projects do eventually deliver the productivity miracle they are promising, some of this spending will potentially have a deflationary impact. But that is an optimistic outcome that may not be passed to consumers, won't be for the more essential components of CPI, like, food and energy, and is unlikely to pan out for some time now, if at all. In the meantime, your transformer sitting in a warehouse does nothing for your power bill this year. Local utilities, for example, are basically paying RAM prices to do routine maintenance on their grids. Utilities report that transformers, which do need to be replaced as part of ongoing grid maintenance,
Yeah, I brought this up, me and Regan talked about this last stream, but with AI data centers, I think mostly when we're talking about this, the water point's a bit moot, but really it is the energy grid stress. I think the biggest problem that we come to these kind of things that these companies should be paying for the expansion in energy infrastructure. So yeah, it's something that they should be chipping in because like they obviously benefit a lot from the data center just being there, and it'll also be a good boon to the local areas these data centers are set up in. We did talk about it, true.
now costs 4 to 6 times what
But I feel so bad. Because you can hear me in the stream, Regan. Fuck. There was a guy in YouTube chat, but I had my Twitch open so I couldn't see him. So I've got my multi-chat open now in my OBS.
With waiting lists that can stretch out to 4 years. And all of that is getting passed along to everybody, even if there are no data centers directly on your grid competing for that precious supply of electrons. The same kind of thing is happening for skilled tradesmen. Data center projects are paying electricians around a 32% premium over traditional construction work, with specialized electricians in Northern Virginia and Texas commanding up to $280,000 a year. Obviously, that is an amazing opportunity for those guys, and nobody is going to begrudge them for cashing in while they can. But the businesses building houses and factories are having to compete on price for the same people, a cost that will eventually need to be passed along through higher housing or goods costs respectively. The country is already short around 300,000 electricians, and in Texas, home builders say competition for them is delaying housing construction by a couple of months. Now, all of this is obviously not great, but one of the biggest problems with fixing it is that the cure is going to hurt almost as much as the illness. The logical first step would be to end the war in Iran, and at the very least provide clarity on tariffs. But we have tried that about 30 times now. The most recent second signing of the Treaty of Versailles is certainly the most noteworthy step towards bringing the war to a close, albeit with significant concessions from America. But it should also be noted that even if this peace deal does stick this time, Hormuz tolls may still continue. They will just be called environmental fees instead of tolls, which, it must be emphasized, is exactly the same thing, although maybe it's better for Iran's ESG credentials. So in the meantime, while all of that is still getting worked out, this is going to fall on the Fed that really only has two tools at their disposal: sucking money out of circulation or raising the interest rates. But these have their own problems. If we raise rates, that means investors can get better returns by just parking their money somewhere safe, which might tempt a few more people to cash out on an already very frothy investment market. Why risk being on the wrong side of a bubble when the 30-year treasury will pay you over 5%, effectively guaranteed, more than it has paid at any point since 2007? Maybe the market will offer better returns, but even the most optimistic investors are seeing the warning signs. This is especially risky right now, because there's going to be an even greater demand for cash as 3 IPOs and a major capital raise come from SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. SpaceX, which listed this week, raised $75 billion at a $1.75 trillion valuation, which made it the largest IPO in history. OpenAI confidentially filed for its own IPO just days before that listing, at a valuation of over
I'm sending a piece reading beside it. Yeah, true. It's just a comical like presidency, dude. Like, there's nothing. You truly can't say that there's anything good about this presidency. It truly is just like flop after flop after flop. You can compare this to the national government too. It's just like it's never ending dog shit. It's just hilarious.
$50 billion, and Anthropic has already filed for its own at over $1 trillion. Google has also announced plans to raise up to $80 billion in new equity, which is kind of the thing that mega caps basically never do, but it's been forced into continue funding its data center expansion. These companies are all going to be holding their hand out at the same time as the government is holding its hand out, offering better rates than almost any time in the past 20 years for the privilege. If the Fed raises rates or pulls money out of the market, there is going to be even less cash to go around amongst these hungry hippos. This is why the market reacted so badly to this week's inflation announcement. In theory, higher inflation should actually be good for
I don't know if it's me, but your stream is lagging. It could be because I'm dual stream, plus also I'm on 30 FPS. I would usually be in 48 to 60, but yeah, dual streaming is it takes a toll on my stream. But yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm on both platforms, because clearly people are coming in, but I'm just a retard who didn't reply to them. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can hear me clearly, right? Like, it's not like a lag, like a robot lag. It's more like maybe here and there I'm spiking. I can hear you through Discord. Oh, okay. You've got my shit deafened, right? Or are you just muted on Discord?
I'm just muted on Discord.
Yeah,
my mic muted.
Yeah, so like just deafen me for a second. Just like tell me in the stream if
No. It was fine. It's just the stream like had a whole like lag, kind of froze up, like teleported back and then came back forward.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's fixed itself, so I think it might have just been me.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, but as I'm dual streaming both on YouTube and Twitch, so yeah, it's taking a toll on my PC.
Oh yeah, I mean, probably, but yeah.
Yeah, that's no problem though.
the market, because people will naturally want to put their money into real businesses as a hedge against the declining value of the dollar. But because there is so much demand for cash, any sign that interest rates are going to tempt people to lock that cash up is really scary. An even more perverse sign of the same paradox is that the market is now really afraid of good jobs reports. Last Friday, payrolls came in at almost double what forecasters expected, which was the third month in a row the number has beaten consensus. Stocks and bonds both sold off, because traders immediately started pricing in rate hikes. In a normal economy, lots of people getting new jobs should be a good sign for businesses like the ones listed on the stock market, right? More people with jobs means money to spend, as well as being an indication that companies are confident enough to hire. But we aren't a normal market at the moment. Valuations are stretched so far that it would take decades of good consumer spending to pay back a lot of the values we are seeing, which is such a long time horizon that it has basically become irrelevant. So what is actually happening is that good jobs numbers remove the one excuse that the Fed could hold up to lower rates, or at least leave them alone. The Fed has a triple mandate to maintain stable prices, stable rates, and maximum employment. If employment is apparently really good and prices are going up, then in theory they have no choice but to raise interest rates. The brand new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, who was only sworn in a few weeks ago, completed his first ever policy meeting in the big chair last week with exactly that combination sitting on the table. Now, we have already made another video on why those job numbers may not actually be all they really seem in reality, so I will leave a link to that below instead of going over it all again. But the point is that as long as the job numbers look good, at least on paper, and the inflation numbers look bad, interest rates are likely to increase. But okay, this is about inflation, not the stock market. So for the sake of this video, who cares? Current stocks are overwhelmingly owned by wealthy people who can theoretically afford the loss. According to the Fed's own distributional accounts, the wealthiest 10% of households hold around 87% of household-owned corporate equities, and the top 1% alone holds about half. However, those wealthy people are the ones currently doing a large share of the spending. By Moody's estimates, the top 10% of earners now account for almost half of all consumer spending, which is the highest share in records going back to 1989. A booming stock market makes these people feel good, and when they see big numbers in their Schwab account, they are more likely to splurge on goods and services that provide opportunities to every other household. But if green line does not go up, that could knock out the last leg that has been holding up our economy for a long time now. Both companies and wealthy households would stop spending on capex and luxuries respectively, eliminating the biggest growth sectors of the economy, potentially causing an employment crisis just as bad if not worse than the cost of living crisis. Okay, so what if we just let inflation run hot? Well, that has its problems too, even beyond just higher prices. The US dollar is already under stress as the global reserve currency, something that buys us extraordinary privilege in international markets, both for imports and for debt. The dollar share of global foreign exchange reserves has slipped to its lowest level in roughly 3 decades of IMF records, and the dollar index briefly broke below 97 earlier this year, back to lows it hadn't seen in years before the war sent everything scrambling back into dollars. If our dollar inflates away, we will start to lose that privilege. Now, a cheaper dollar does make American exports more competitive, which is why some people in Washington have openly argued for one. But that math works a lot better when one of our biggest imports isn't suddenly around 40% more.
Yeah, so when it comes to exports, if your value of your currency is, low, your exports are more competitive because of the exchange market stuff. So yeah, the US is the strongest dollar value, but the problem is, like, the reason why you wanted to keep it that way is because America's an importing nation. Plus it's the reserve currency, so you want, like, the reserve currency to be the strongest value. Like, when the British pound was the reserve currency, it had the strongest value. So it's just stupid. Like, Trump wants to do all this shit. Like, yeah, technically exporting is good, but, like, if you have a healthy consumer market that's importing more than it's exporting, like, it's all contextual. Like, for example, China mass exports, but their domestic, like, situation, consumer-wise, is dog shit. Like, they want more domestic consumption, but because they're industries that are heavily subsidized, and they're exporting just to basically meet a competitive advantage, to, like, subsidize the exports to make so they're more competitive in the world stage, so that their exporting jobs are kept. That's the reason why China does stuff the way they do. Yeah.
More expensive than it was a year ago. Also, we are still
like it's like what the current Luxembourg government's doing. Like, they have an internal, like, domestic economic problem, so they're just exporting that problem away to foreign markets.
A net importer of goods and services that will get relatively more expensive if our dollar gets weaker, compounding the problem of prices on shelves. In the short term, if wages are adjusted upwards, it may help smooth things over for a little while, but realistically, it will just leave wage earners further behind on already significant cost of living pressures. Long term, it would significantly undermine the easy capital we have been blessed with over the last 80 years. Our debt has always been a burden to carry, and keeping it manageable relies on being able to grow faster than the debt does, while simultaneously doing everything we can to carry the weight responsibly. Right now, that debt is just shy of $40 trillion, and it grew by about $3 trillion over the past year. The economy underneath it managed less than $2 trillion. The interest alone is costing around $1 trillion a year. At the same time, we are doing a lot of things that are shifting that weight around while simultaneously shooting ourselves in both feet. Now, one ray of hope in these numbers is that out of everything, cars are getting cheaper. New vehicle prices fell again in this report, as manufacturers have undermined their own market in some of the dumbest ways possible. So go and watch this video next to find out how. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
All right, we're done. Boring economics is finished. It's time for New Zealand. Let's go back to the YouTube homepage, see what's been going on. Some Winston Peters slop. Oh man. Let's see.
Our lead interview this morning is New Zealand First Leader and Foreign Minister Winston Peters, who was spoken, well, let's say it was a little rude at the National Party conference at the weekend.
One wants the rugby on, the other wants football. It's up to mum and dad to keep the peace.
Basically calling them kids. Winston Peters joins us live this morning. Minister, good morning.
Oh my God.
Good morning.
There you go.
Oh gosh, how does it feel? I mean, those thieving gnats, first they steal your policies, then they insult you.
Well, desperate people behave like that, so I understand.
Also,
what's he going to say when they're starting down?
Also, obviously, Regan, you can hear me, so I'm just talking to you right now. This whole coalition is fracturing in real time. Like, remember, you guys were being government together, and technically speaking, should be going into government together in the future too. It's just funny to see this, like, whole coalition split the scenes, because Winston Peters is a massive opportunist. Like, if Labour gets in government, he'll want to weasel his way into a coalition with the Labour. But, like, from what I've heard from Hipkins, which is based as fuck, like, he wouldn't even accept that. Which I really hope so, because holy shit, this guy needs to get out of politics. He's like, I don't know if I brought this up with you, but it should never be the case that my grandfather, my father, and myself, we should never know the same politician that's in government right now. Like, that's stupid as fuck. Okay, a politician should last 2 generations tops. It's just stupid that this guy's lasted as long as he did.
Age limit on it, right? Like there absolutely should be
I think with MPs, I don't know if there's a current term limit on MPs, but there should definitely be a term limit on MPs because it is stupid as hell.
Like you wouldn't let I think like at the age of I think it's 65 you're forced to retire if you work as a doctor.
Yeah.
As well as like why should we let people who are like 90 years old run the country?
Yep.
If you can't be like a doctor or like skilled jobs like that by the time you're like 60s 70s,
yeah,
why would we let the people who run our country have the same like because of like your brain how it degrades? Why would we let politicians who are well older than that still be in office?
Oh, definitely. Like as I said, one of the big problems, like for example, like as I said, New Zealand MPs don't have a term limit, but yeah, we really need to make it so that politicians don't just keep pandering to like a certain demographic. Like the entire demographic of NZ First is old people or young people who are low key got some racist tendencies. That's their entire thing. So like we should really what's up?
Was it New Zealand first, or was it naturally wanted to add in like all these extra like was it the what's it called when you like pass your stuff down when you die? Inheritance taxes. Was that
inheritance. No, that would not be first. NZ First wouldn't. That would be Labour actually. Labour or Greens, one of the two. It would not have been first or National. Yeah, because like National thinks it's morally evil if you own 10 billion properties and you have to pay any tax on that when you pass it on to your grandkids. And NZ First, their entire policy platform is based on old people basically. So I wouldn't think that they would touch inheritance one bit.
Yeah, that's true.
It was 25%.
I think someone was like trying to add a tax. Like,
I've seen this before.
I don't think we need taxes for every aspect of life, man. I think we get taxed enough as it is.
I think inheritance taxes are based, and we should add them. It's fuck old people and fuck your snowballing wealth.
If you have an inheritance tax and you put it into a like, if you do it right, you're still not going to pay inheritance tax. The people who have the most to get taxed there have ways around the tax.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's like for example, Mandani has tried something in New York where he said like if you own a property in like New York and you live not in New York, we don't care. You're paying the tax here. Like that's how we're doing it. Like fuck your
No, if you have like a business or property in this case, if you have property here in New Zealand and you're living in Australia, you should be paying New Zealand tax for that.
Yes, property. Without a doubt. Yeah. As I said, like I'm sorry, but you don't get to profit off a local region and then you get pay the taxes of some like, let's just say shithole and like it's in the middle of nowhere that has a less corporate tax rate. That's bullshit. All right,
like, you should pay taxes where the money's made, not where you're based.
Exactly.
Or we're gonna say, hey, I'm based in what is it? In one of the Caribbean islands, I think it's like a tax.
Yeah, Bahamas. Yeah, the Bahamas.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I'm based there, paying no tax, and I'm just gonna be sitting in an office in the middle of like New York. Just rolling your money.
Yeah, no, it's bullshit. So yeah, that's what one of the big proponents I've been a big proponent of this, like making so that you have to pay the local tax of the area your investment is in. It's stupid because like when people talk about the wealth, like I think the wealth tax is stupid as fuck. But when people talk about the criticism is like a capital flight, like all the money will leave. But instead of a capital flight, it's billionaire flight. Like the billionaires will leave to a different country, but they'll keep their investments in there. So they'll just siphon those investments and pay the taxes where they currently are. It's so stupid.
Yeah, or you make them pay the taxes if it's in the country, and if they leave, are they gonna keep paying the taxes, or they're gonna sell it off to people who can genuinely need it, people who can finally buy a house because all the fucking rich investors are leaving because it's not worth staying there anymore.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Yeah. Skip into this.
It's sort of panic time, and to attack the coalition partners was really quite astonishing. If it was attacking on policy, fine, but if you're attacking on personalities, I don't understand why he would do that. Other than, as I say, desperate people do desperate things.
How low do you reckon they'll go in the poll? You mentioned 25. That would be pretty devastating.
No, well, they've been worse in past times, and the reality is that
what's really scary for me right now is so the National is going down in polls. I think they're at 28% the last time I checked. What scares me is that those polling numbers are going to First and ACT. That's my problem. Because obviously the National vote is not going to go straight to Labour because we've lost any sense of like... I'll play this. The problem right now is the fact that like National's polling is going down. But my biggest fear is that they're going to NZ First and ACT and they're not going to like Labour because like we've lost any sense of like normal politics and people have decided, okay, if National is not winning, I need to become more radical. It's just so toxic.
Should have paid more attention to the people in the room who had the long trousers on from the word go.
How much of this is friendly fire, argy-bargy? You know, because people start to then go, well, can you even get around a table and work with each other? Whether it Nationals on 23 or 28 or whatever, you will form the government. Can you get along after the election? How much of this is friendly fire?
Well, look, some of us understand the most critical thing, and it happens on election night, and people are wondering, what's the next government going to be? And the people, without being of political preference, are really saying to you, look, for goodness sake, whatever you do, can you provide stability of government? Now, that's a clarion call from the voter that you've got to understand. And so the answer to your question is that some people understand the need for stability, and I do.
That stability has nothing to do with Labor, right? Because that's what they're saying again. They're saying you're going to go with Labor. You can't trust Winston not to go with Labor. Are they right? Can we trust you?
Well, you know, I could have reacted and said, you know, how many years did you rule Winston Peters and New Zealand first out? That's the National Party. You rule us out and rule us out and rule us out, and we went with somebody else, then you start whinging. Well, for God's sake, grow up.
There's no truth to that. We can trust you 100% hand on heart. We can trust Winston.
Oh, now you're doing it. Now you're doing it. Look, you're doing it. In a critical time.
This guy's a fucking cockroach, dude. He needs to get out of politics. Like, I'm sorry, if you complain about career politicians and you like Winston Peters, I'm sorry, you're brain dead. Like, this guy is the antithesis of anything a career politician is. Okay, this guy, he's roached his way into like institutionalizing himself within NZ politics.
Bro's just a snake.
No, he's a fucking cockroach. You could throw, dude. You could throw a thermonuclear device into Wellington, and out of all the rubble, this man will arise.
Yep. Our economy and our political process. Now you're doing it for the last 4 years. Is it a problem that some of you people are
not even wrong?
At such a critical time for our economy, would we put it all at risk with a Labor government, Minister?
This is amazing.
I mean, I think
bigger worries. They've got the party. Labor's got huge worries. They've got these communists into Party Murray and the Greens, and half their caucus who don't seem to understand how economy is run.
I brought this up ages ago in a stream where like this like European guy who was like low-key a fascist like came in talking about like Trump and fascism and like what it means. A big thing about fascism is like in-group, out-group politics. So like I don't like Te Pāti Māori or the Greens. The Greens are a bit Marxist coded, like their language use is a bit fucked, but they're not communists. Like if you talk to a Green MP or like someone Te Pāti Māori and you talk about like we should democratize the economy or we should like, you know, abolish private property, I don't think they say that. So like this is like part of that. It's like he's using in-group, out-group politics a lot. Yeah.
The Labor's in desperate circumstances, and you know something, you all know it. The Greens came out the other day, they can't even add up properly. $800 million out. The last time they made an announcement, they made a mistake between 500 million and 500 billion. And this is in all the space of 1 week. And the person there that wants to be the finance minister, Chloe Swan.
I'm just curious, Winston. Your partner Shane Jones, didn't he confuse his 30k budget to 60k on his private like flights to mining conferences? It's just so stupid. It's literally, you know, my side is base and awesome, and your side is cringe and gay. That's their entire political platform.
Give us a break, for goodness sake. New Zealanders deserve better than that. We're a democracy that's been around since 1854, for goodness sake, and we just can't go on with this sort of juvenile, inexperienced behaviour.
No, fair enough. You say give us a break, I say give us some reassurance. Because the Nats are going to keep saying this. They're going to keep saying you can't trust Winston not to go with Labor. That's how they're going to try and get their vote up. So would you just say to them this morning, Simeon, you know, shut up. I'm not going with Labor.
Pause for a moment. The Nats are not in control of this election. This is an election where the Nats will be not in control in any way, shape, or form.
Regan, if you're still in chat or if you can hear me, whatever, I want you to keep in mind. Ryan just asked Winston a very direct question. Are you not going to go with Labour? You know, are you going to be like, you know, like we have our problems with National, but you know, we're going to coalition with them? And Winston said, "You're not in control of this election." He completely sidestepped the question. Didn't even answer. That was the best deflect. This guy needs to, you know what? He needs to copy Luxon, and he needs to go bald. Because the ability of deflection he already has naturally would be so much better if his shiny dome was also reflecting criticism. Imagine, bro. It would be double fold.
What's the process from here on in? You're seeing a sea change in this country.
Baldness plus 100 deflections. Yeah, true.
And it's happening right under your nose, and many of you guys in the mainstream media don't seem to get it.
All right. I mean, hopefully you'll at some point rule them out, as you have said previously that you would. Let's talk about Iran.
No. I ruled them out way back in an interview with Audrey Young in 2022. That's a long time ago. That's 4 years ago.
I want you to understand, he literally is now saying that I'm open to working with Labour. He just said this verbatim. Like, you need to say this guy's a fucking cockroach, okay? He needs to be fucking thrown out into a fucking space vacuum, okay? I don't want this guy anymore in my politics, okay? He's already institutionalized himself enough.
But if the National Party was sitting there with not a great attendance at their conference, we were having 100 people couldn't get into our meeting at Mangere in South Auckland when we were announcing our candidates out there last Saturday on the very same day. We had hundreds who came, and some couldn't get into the hall, while the National Party couldn't even fill a conference properly. That's why I had these big tables.
Yes, but since then, you have ruled Chippy out, and then on Twitter, you have ruled Labor out completely. That's all true, right?
Well, look, there used to be a song called Who Wants Yesterday's Paper? This is
This guy's the ultimate politician. He never answers a single fucking question. Fucking hate this guy.
yesterday's news. In fact, yesterday...
Yeah, but is it still true?
What's wrong with you people? You need to come and put a brand on your head. We're not going with Labor.
Okay, all right, good, you said it.
Okay, you know what? Wait. No, don't tell me he just said it, he's gonna renege on it. Wait.
You need to come and put a brand on your head. We're not going with Labor.
Okay, all right, good, you said it. I'll leave you alone.
No, but Ryan, be fair.
Yeah.
I haven't been around this long to come on this program to talk about that sort of wank in question.
What the fuck does that even mean? Never mind, I'm too retarded to understand the intelligence of this guy. Okay, he's beyond me.
All right, well, I'll stop the wankery.
Come on.
I'll stop the wankery. We'll talk about the Middle East.
And working 7 days a week to hear this nonsense.
Let's talk about Iran. J.D. Vance has said that America has gained something significant by this step that inspectors will go in and look at nuclear material, which is something...
That was part of the original Obama deal, by the way, in Iran. Like, Obama, like, he unfroze $24 billion of assets and said, hey, you know, our international observers should be able to come in and make sure you're following the treaty. Trump did this whole war, caused an economic devastation, and he now has the privilege of giving Iran $300 billion in cash and unfreezing even more assets. And I don't even think there's a cohesive deal on blocking nuclear stuff either, too. It's just so stupid.
It was happening under the deal struck by Barack Obama. So is this actually that significant?
Oh, look, the difficulty with this...
By the way, he's not going to be able to criticize Trump and J.D. Vance properly because his entire movement is copy-paste from the MAGA movement in America. It's just like a New Zealand version of MAGA, so he's never going to be able to criticize him. So watch, this is going to be the biggest flounder you've ever seen in your life.
Situation. It's very enigmatic. Statements are made one day, then there's denials, and then statements another day, another denial. It seems to be all over the place, but I kind of sense that there is progress. I spoke to the Israeli foreign minister last night, and just a little over a month ago, I spoke to the Iran foreign minister. I kind of think in this very, very enigmatic situation, nevertheless, there looks like there could be some progress. But we'll just have to wait because we're all talking about a deal that's yet to be struck.
What did the Israeli foreign minister have to say? I mean, what is your sense of their tone at the moment?
Who, the Israeli tone?
The Israelis that you spoke to last night, yeah.
Well, their major focus is on Iran pulling one of their proxies off, namely Hezbollah, because they're ensconced in Lebanon. The Lebanese army is trying to get on top of them, and they represent a danger. But, you know, when you talk to the foreign ministers of the Middle East, they are far more clear and far more understanding of the circumstances than what we see in the Western press. In the Western press, you've got a whole lot of people making all sorts of comments, and they've never spoken to these people. They've never spoken to the Palestinian Authority. We've spoken to the whole lot because we want to get a grasp of things, and they do understand our position, and they do respect it.
Okay, so no matter what your opinions on Israel are, okay, the biggest problem right now with the peace deal is that Iran views Israel and America like as one thing, and America wants to get the fuck out of the war, and Israel keeps attacking Lebanon, okay? And the biggest reason Israel keeps attacking Lebanon is not actually because of any Israeli ambition. It's because Benjamin Netanyahu is a wartime leader. The moment he loses those executive powers, he's going to be prosecuted for his corruption charges and all the shit that's mired on him, okay? It has actually nothing to do with the state of Israel itself. It's because Benjamin Netanyahu knows the moment he loses wartime powers, it's fucking over for him.
What else did you convey a position from New Zealand to them last night, Minister? And if you did, could you share with us what that is?
Could you repeat that question again, please?
Did you convey to the Minister last night what our position is?
Yeah, we're for peace, and we're for a two-state solution. And we spent an awful lot of time trying to help that to happen. We made it very clear that is still our position. And we'll go on pressing for it, and we'll go on complaining and doing what we have to do to see, alongside other countries, that this becomes a reality one day.
Hey, have you ever met Andy Burnham? So, look, Starmer's obviously resigned overnight. Do you know much about Andy Burnham?
Yes. No, but I watched it very, very carefully. I was actually astonished, actually, that it would happen in that way, because the rollover, and I made a statement in recent times that the rollover of leadership in some democracies epitomizes what's wrong with some of our democracies. There are far too many people in it for themselves and not their country. You can't explain 10...
Man, Winston, that's an awesome observation. It's awesome to know that you're not a man who's in it for himself and to build a career in the public service. I'm so happy you've just joined politics and you decided to help Kiwis out because of this. It's so awesome, Winston. You're such a cool guy. You're so altruistic.
Prime Ministers. 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. Or like what happened in Australia before the recent times where they were rolling leader, from Kevin 07 onwards, they were rolling leaders one after the other. This has got to be more about ego than it is about commitment and service to country.
And also just people, well, there's been a few in both countries you've mentioned who actually just probably weren't up to the job.
Well, all of that. All of that, but the most critical. But the worst thing about it was there was what I call CV or career politicians. And in my career, I've seen far too many when it comes to that. They've never taken on a court case. They've never gone to the wire. When they should be raising the roof, they won't raise a finger. It's all about their CV and then moving on someday. And you can see it. And sadly, it's far too prevalent in Western politics. In the former era, when people came to politics later in their careers, they seemed to be far more dedicated to the country's outcome than their own outcome. And that's why back in those times, those countries performed much better in terms of GDP competition and being world leaders. And we were one of them.
Minister, I'm about to talk to Western Curtin Rupehu Mayor, a bunch of mayors this morning saying, give us the bed tax. What does New Zealand First have a view on the bed tax?
Well, we thought it was Auckland aligned, and we didn't realise all around the country they want it. But we'd be happy to talk to them. But when you talk to Western Curtin, the thing that I'm sort of very concerned about is that magnificent facility, Rupehu, is not being used in any way, shape or form the way it should be. It's still a massive asset. And it's sad when we were a country of half the population, we built this tremendous asset, and now the population twice the size and all sorts of politicians, it's not surviving. So if we could do something to revive that, we would.
All right, Mr. Peters, I appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so much for being with me.
Awesome. Oh, my goat. Here we go.
Let's go to our weekly chat with Labour leader Chris Hipkins, who I haven't spoken to in a while because I've been off. Chris, good to see you. Good morning.
You NZME presenters seem to get an awful lot of holidays, Ryan. I honestly don't know how you get away with it.
Really? Who else has been off? I've had a couple of weeks off to go and do some private business, i.e. holiday. but apart from that, have you had time off this year?
Not really, no. It's been a pretty busy year, but, nobody likes to hear politicians complaining about their lack of holidays, so
no,
I won't
true.
get into that.
Especially not ones with a batch.
Well, I think we had this discussion a few weeks ago.
Don't worry, we're not going here. All right, let's talk about super. So you've apparently promised no changes to super. So under Labor, no changes to super age, to entitlement, to means testing, anything like that. While you're leader, or is this just a Labor policy generally? What's going on here?
This is the Labor Party's policy that we're taking into the election campaign. We won't be raising the age of eligibility for New Zealand Super or introducing means testing. New Zealand Super can be affordable, but governments need to make the right choices to make.
The thing with NZ Super, the two things you got to do: either you have to means test and raise the age, or you need to put more into KiwiSaver. You need to get the legal contributions up, because like as it's going right now, we do not have the money to keep it up. Like it's a death spiral. But obviously, Labour's campaigning off not changing it because most moderates and most people in the country really just want to keep the system as it is, especially if you're near retiring age.
Make sure that we're doing the right thing so that we can afford New Zealand superannuation.
So how do we make that affordable? At the moment, the ratio is something like 4 to 1. 4 working age people for 1 elderly pensioner. That within the next 2 decades will be 2 to 1. How do we make? What do we do now to make sure it's affordable then?
Well, there's wider discussions around population growth. There's wider discussions around how you grow the economy. I don't think that saying to New Zealanders that they either have to work harder for longer or that we're going to punish them for doing the right thing and saving for their retirement. I don't think those are the answers to the issue.
But hang on, how are we going to afford it? You're either going to not fund health, not fund education, or fund super, or tax more.
Well, I disagree with that. Ultimately, all governments have choices. This government have chosen to do tax cuts for landlords and tobacco companies and tech giants.
Oh my god! I'm so happy he's bringing this up, because I brought this up. Like, there was a $730 million tax cut on, I think, interest deductibility that the national government passed, and part of that package came with cutting like $540 million away from like free school lunches for kids. Like, again, never let them forget this shit. I need to be very fucking clear. Okay? These are numbers given by National. So this is like a national source from their budget. They did this. This is an active choice they made.
Investing in things like, superannuation. There are ultimately choices every government will make. Our choices will be different to this government's choices.
Yeah, but come on. The tobacco tax, whatever you want to call it, a couple of $100 million, drop in the ocean when we're talking about New Zealand super. Like, is this your...
Although the tobacco tax is a drop in the bucket, those couple $100 million could have gone to doing what Labour's saying about the free, the free the free pregnancy scans, the helping out healthcare, helping out school lunches. Like that's couple $100 million that the government didn't get. So it might be a drop in the bucket for super, but it's not a drop in the bucket for literally everything fucking else.
Serious plan. Just let's keep New Zealand super forever. At the entitlement age of 65, even though people are working well into their 70s, just keep that and just hope and pray and tax if we need to.
Well, the problem there is, you talk about people at 65. There are a lot of New Zealanders who get to the age of 65 and are physically incapable, or not physically incapable, but they're certainly wearing out, and asking them to continue on into their late 60s and 70s is actually really unfair. It would disadvantage those on the lowest incomes the most. And that's the National Party's...
Yeah, as I said, look, man, we just need more funding into super. I think, for me personally, I think right now we should be raising the legal limit of KiwiSaver matching to 5% from 3.5. This will incent, because I think it's currently something like 67% of Kiwis actually match the current legal rate. So like all like 67% of Kiwis who are on the KiwiSaver go in and put 3.5% into their KiwiSaver from their pay. If you make it 5%, because it's just free money for the worker, so he'll put in more of his pay into it. That'll give you some more funding to keep super running. So I think that is like a systemic change we actually have to make.
That's basically what the National Party are proposing. They're proposing to, take away money from those people right now in the form of compulsory KiwiSaver contributions, so that they can work longer at the other end and retire later. I don't think that's a sustainable way of talking about New Zealand superannuation.
Okay, and so you're not for compulsion of KiwiSaver either, then? None of that.
Well, look, I'm all in favour of more KiwiSaver savings, absolutely. The challenge here is that saying to low-income New Zealanders who are not currently in KiwiSaver because they can't afford it, that you're going to make that compulsory, which is what National have indicated, and you're not going to provide them any additional support with that. You're actually going to put them under more financial stress at a time when they're really struggling with the financial stress they've already got.
I actually agree with you.
So those who are not currently in KiwiSaver are more likely to be low-income people, they're more likely to be self-employed people, and making it compulsory for them without doing anything that actually helps them pay the bills on a day-to-day basis, which is what they're currently struggling with, actually potentially puts them in more short-term financial hardship.
I completely agree with you. And if you look at if you're on the average wage in New Zealand, and let's say 3% even, is like $50 a week. I mean, it's a lot of money. They say their argument is we're not doing this to 2028. By then, wages should be catching up with inflation. It's a better time to do it. Better time than never kind of situation.
Oh, but I mean, this is more wishful thinking from a party that said that the economy had turned the corner 2 years ago. How's that worked out? Ultimately, they're saying that everything's going to be better 2 years from now. That's what they were saying 3 years ago, and things have gotten worse. Now is the wrong time to be saying to New Zealanders who are struggling to make ends meet that you're going to load more cost onto them. Increased retirement savings is a good thing. KiwiSaver is a really good policy, but the National Party haven't answered basic questions like how low-income people are supposed to afford KiwiSaver contributions when they're compulsory, when they can't afford them when they're voluntary.
Can we?
True. All right, this is very true. The biggest thing right now is that like Labour, Greens, even as at first and Active, like all put out policies. And National Party put out one policy, and they had the fucking gall to say that no one else has offered anything else. So like it's good that Hipkins here is going on the attack and saying like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Because like, what they're really doing is just giving free money out so they can get some sympathy and some votes from people who are disillusioned with their party. But let's see how this goes until election.
Afford the Greens tax plan?
Oh, the Greens can speak to their own tax plan. I've been very clear. Labour's campaigning on a simple, targeted capital gains tax, and that's the extent of what we'll be willing to support.
Right. So so it's a hard, firm no to anything beyond what you've written.
Yeah, it's a very firm no to wealth tax, inheritance tax. We've been really clear on those things. Increasing corporate tax rate, we think that potentially runs the risk of driving investment offshore. So we've looked closely at this, and
the corporate tax rate is a big L. Personally, I think not supporting that, but remember, like Labour is a centre-left party. All right, if you push too far to the left, you will scare a lot of your independents and your like kind of moderate voters away to either abstaining their vote or voting National. So I think like you have to understand, like Hipkins probably does have like a solid understanding of like what needs to be done, but like there's only certain things the party can actually support before they like scare away a certain amount of voters.
And we did a lot of work, a lot of discussion. As you know, you and I have had this conversation quite a bit. Yeah. We landed on a simple targeted capital gains tax as the shift that we want to see in our tax system.
Hey, if I'm going to sell, coming to the end of my days, and I've got a family house, because you're exempting the family house, wouldn't I buy like a big mansion because that's not going to be taxed, like that's exempt? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, normally people start to downsize, buy something smaller. But would there not be a perverse incentive to actually buy something that's worth more because that won't be taxed?
Well, the family home is exempt. You're quite right. I don't think people are going to suddenly go and buy more expensive.
I'm back by that. I just have to say something I saw when I was upstairs.
Yep.
My mother got a package, but the one that's on the package, where it's like your shipping address, your name, and all that.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure one of the lines that were printed on the label was.
Yo, what's going on, Albert Puss? How you doing?
She had. I'm pretty sure it's her password written on the label of the package. What is this?
Good. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from New Zealand. I'm currently covering New Zealand politics. We did some American economics just before this, but yeah, from New Zealand, the island down under. So, what was the package? Like, what the fuck was it?
It was a package. I don't know what it was, but
okay, from Italy. Hey, Italian. Are you a Maloney supporter, or are you against her?
Like fucking.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. You don't have to mute to talk to your chat, eh?
Oh, what's up?
You don't have to mute to talk to your chat.
Oh no, it's just because you're talking, so I didn't want to interrupt you while you're talking. That's the reason.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, got an Italy chatter there. That's pretty fucking nice.
I see that.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. I mean, like, do you support the current leader of your country? I think it's Maloney or Malonia. I forget how to say her name. I think it's Maloney.
Isn't she kind of based? I don't remember the
Oh,
things I've
Giorgia
heard
Meloni.
about her, but
I
like
don't like her. Hey,
things
welcome,
I've heard.
welcome, brother. Okay, this is we're not left wing retards, but like I'm a center left streamer. So you know, welcome. I brace you into my arms.
Look, I'm just against all parties. They all fucking suck.
It's like a second Trump. Yeah.
Oh really? Oh no, I take it back.
Yeah.
I take that statement about the Olympics back.
It's like I talk about a lot of this in stream. Like we've kind of stopped, like politics, at least in the West, it stopped becoming left and right. It's just, are you a populist or an anti-populist? But politics in Italy is like a group of clones of Italians. True. Yeah. Like I think Maloney, just like Orban was. I think, yeah. I think like Orban, Maloney. What's the guy? Farage in Europe. These populists, man. It's not even like a left wing. Like I hate left wing and right wing populists the same. Yeah, clones of Trump, definitely. Like I think, for example, what's his face? I'm trying to remember. There was like a yeah. It's in Germany, isn't it? I think it's either the Greens Party or the Communist Party or whatever. I forget, but like yeah, there's a lot of like just populism is rising, regardless of political like leaning. Like I think like the liberal world, like the liberal political order is kind of under attack. Ever since like 2020, really. Unfortunately, you talk like yeah. Sorry, I talk quite fast, and I get it. Yeah, probably English is not your first language, so I'm gonna try and keep it slower. I'm a little confusion. Yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think right now, like, yeah, I learned from Proflux. True.
Fair enough, honestly.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, are you like in university right now, in high school, or you got a job? Like, what are you currently like doing? Roblox creates educational platform.
That's true. Roblox truly is the greatest education platform.
Unemployed 24 years and didn't finish school for personal reasons. Okay. So what were you school as in did you not finish high school or did you not finish university?
We don't judge here, okay?
Hmm. Just curious, you know.
At least you say primary school. In that case, come on, dude.
High school should be because of courses different in Italy. Ah, okay, got you. All right, that makes sense. Didn't finish the final exam. Yeah, that's
I finished like the level 1 of uh high school, and then I just didn't. I just didn't get to year 12. Wasn't bothered.
yeah. Do you mind me asking, like, what political party do you support in your country, or are you just like a guy who's like not voting? So the less wrong should be the left. Oh wait, sorry. Unfortunately, in Italy, it's like always wrong when you vote because like you have the right, it's just stupid, but you have the left, but it's incompetent. So the less wrong should be the left. I'm just gonna see the parties in Italy because I'm not too aware about the current Political party situation. Forza Italia, Liga. God damn, you guys have a lot of fucking parties. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so like over here in New Zealand, we have our National Party, which is like our center right party, our Labour Party, which is center left, and then there's like other smaller parties because we have an MMP system. I'm a big Labour supporter. I think that a lib left politics is sensible and not retarded. So I'm a big supporter of the lib left over here. So I'm trying to say, like, I think what isn't Meloni? Isn't she in the Forza Italia party? Or am I stupid? Unfortunately, right wing now when the right wing get Giorgia Meloni, and it is the longest government after years. Yeah, I think the big problem is like with a lot of center left parties, they try to like actually like do legislation and pass things that are sensible for people, but the problem is they're really dog shit when it comes to messaging, like doing propaganda. So like they'll do something that is actually really helpful for the country, but they don't really message around it. And then like these right wing guys, these like Trump clones, they'll like do something so blatantly stupid, but like because like they've got all the social media guys helping them, because they've got a lot of this like media covering them and all this kind of stuff, they can just like say it's awesome even though it's not, because the normal government in Italy is about, oh my god, okay. So you guys are like the UK. You guys just keep getting different governments every year. But after like 20 years, we have a government survive, or 1 year, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's just a messaging thing. A big problem in like the Western world right now is just like the most stupid people have the best messaging and like propaganda systems, and like all these like sensible governments just cannot like message and do propaganda as well as they can. So what opinion do you have about Trump? He's orange. He's stupid. He sleeps on on live air. Okay. I'll even say this. Uh, I genuinely think if you were to take Trump out of the equation, I think the average US IQ would go up a solid 10 points. Gotcha. Yeah. I also think specifically, like, economically, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, I think someone fed him something, and he just kept like talking. Do you have any other questions about Italy? Um,
How's it Italian?
how is it Italian? No, I was gonna say, like, are
What's
you?
happening in Italy, man?
Yeah, are you pro EU or are you anti EU? I'm guessing you're pro EU since you're not a Maloney supporter.
Ooh, that's not great. What?
House, then that's good for them. The vast majority of New Zealanders are not in that position.
All right. Hey, good to see you this morning. See you next week.
Is that video's done? I think I'm gonna do this one because I did the text one. Okay, pro EU, but if you are anti EU, it's just stupid. Do it because it's too late. Do it because if we get separated from EU, it means yeah. No, I definitely agree. I think the EU is probably the only good thing Europeans ever done in their lives.
All right, fair enough.
But yeah, like
Wait. What are your opinions on other EU countries? All right, we need your like true opinions on like, these other countries. All right, let's start with the obvious one. What is your thoughts on France?
Yep. EU have the chance to be more strong
This
of
is how
America
you
and China
see
together,
the other
but have
African
many
or
problems.
our
Yeah.
worst enemy.
Yeah, the big problem with the EU right now is that, like, obviously the EU is a very federal thing. Like, all the different countries have their own, like, politics and their own agendas. And obviously you can't really centralize it, because even if you are, like, pro-EU, even pro-EU people aren't for, like, centralizing, which makes sense. Like, the United States is a lot of different states of the same culture, same kind of background in one country, whereas like the EU is like a federation of so many different people who would rather die than be connected together. But I think the common
Most, like,
market is a
even
very
the
good thing.
different cultures of the US are just you know, like, also just came from Western Europe. Like, it's very Western European,
Yeah,
like, based, I guess.
yeah, and also because like I think the EU and America have to work together a lot because like China I think is basically like doing economic terrorism. Like a lot of like German manufacturing is starting to go away because of Chinese subsidies to manufacturing. A lot of Dutch ports are becoming less profitable because of China. Like it's just like Chinese subsidies are killing like Western economies. Like it's not a fair trade practice.
Mm.
It just sucks that we have the orange man in government right now who's just nuking Western cooperation.
Nah, I heard fucking Trump signed a deal. Like one of the deals he signed was he's gonna pay 300 billion back to Iran to help rebuild.
There's a
Why
meme
would you
about
pay that much to rebuild a country you spent 30 billion bombing
yeah.
already?
There's a meme about Italian hate French and French hate Italian, but like if we talk about politics, there's competitive with other countries. So think like a group of friends, but like to flirt with a girlfriend of a different country. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's just kind of like memes basically with all the hate stuff.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's the same
The
thing.
correct
Like
answer was we hate them, but I'll accept it.
okay, all right. But yeah, like I think a big thing right now is like if the EU really wants to get some strength, like both the EU and America have to work together. Like we need cooperation between these two if the West has any chance to like kick out like unfair Chinese trade practices. Because like, the EU suffers a lot. Like I think it was a couple of years back, I think in 2014, where the Chinese bought out the Greek port of Piraeus, which is like a part of key European industry, and it kind of made it so that Greece and places like Portugal kept voting against any like regulation of the EU to keep China out of your market. But in population should be fine. But unfortunately, Italy has many old people, so yeah, but yeah, no,
That's
yeah.
more a global thing as well. A lot of countries have that same issue where there's just not enough young people.
Yeah, like if you look at all the dog shit pies that get elected, it's always like the old fucking boomers who like never like who don't game in themselves, basically. Like they're dragging us down quite a bit when it comes to like giving younger people a chance, and not even like young as in like 18 to 20. I'm talking about even 30 year olds.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in Europe there is a decrease of baby. Yeah, I think it just makes sense. Like the more you like, if you look at the Industrial Revolution when it happened, like it's just natural. Like the more you develop a country, the more like, and the more where you get from agrarian economies, like the birth rate just goes down. Unfortunately, in Europe there is a decrease, but yeah, especially in Italy, yeah. It's just a developing thing. Like if you look at it, like developing countries have less birth rates, and like places like in Africa, the Middle East, or in like India, for example, the birth rates are quite high because their economies are not that developed. In Italy, a woman have 1 to 2 baby. Yeah.
Oh, they were. Oh.
I'll click this. We'll go on to that next. I was gonna say, where are you from Italy? Like exactly, like what city or whatever. Sorry, depend because also Italy we have other problems. Don't let you make baby isn't normal when decreased so fast. Yeah, like you can't just throw money at the problem. Like it's a very systemic issue. Tuscany. Oh, you're in Tuscany. Oh, so like well it's like northwest, right? Like near Genoa. Kind of like Genoa's here and Tuscany's like right here, isn't it? Something like that. Good geography, thank you. I'm I'm really good at geography. It's like the one thing I'm decent at. That politics. I'd like to say more middle north. Yeah, yeah. I think it's more inland, right? So you got like it's like Milan here, Genoa, like Genoa. Oh, fuck, why is it autofocusing? Like yeah, you got Milan, Genoa, and then Tuscany below that. I think something like that. I'm gonna quickly fix my camera. I don't know why it's autofocusing. Um, Here we got that up. Should be. I didn't see with the zoom. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I don't know why my camera autofocused. I gotta fix that actually. Auto framing. Hopefully it's off now. But yeah, it's like, Milan would be here, and then like Genoa would be there, and then Tuscany would be just a little bit more down, right? Actually, I don't know why I'm doing this. I can just bring this up on Google Maps. Google Maps.
All right. I'm gonna start my stream. I'm probably gonna keep playing Satisfactory for just a little bit.
Yeah, no problem.
Get a few more things. So just DM
yeah,
me
Tuscany's like,
or,
yeah, no problem. I'll DM you. Yeah, Tuscany's like around here, like near Florence, right? Now I know where you live. Okay. Yeah, I'd already told you I'm in New Zealand. Oh, just give me a second. I gotta go do something. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to go do something. All right, let's see what you put in chat. Yeah, Florence is in Tuscany, Genoa is in Liguria, and Milano in Pianura Padana. Is that how you say it? one of the places with the worst air in the world. I've heard I heard Milano is actually very nice as a tourist area, but has a lot of crime. Is that right, or am I wrong on that? Mm. Yeah, Milan's here.
No, Aotearoa is more than just a blimmin' tax haven bulk hole for mega corporates and the uber rich. We are not a Māori organisation, the Green Party. We are a tiriti party.
Because it is a natural stuff. Because like Pianura Padana have like a border of mountain, so the air is still in the same place for many years. Okay. Ah, I see what you mean. So like it's a massive mountain range, so the air gets stuck basically. But is it true that there's a lot of crime in Milan? Because I've heard that a lot. Like Venice, they say it's nice for tourists, but it's in Milan also. But there's a lot of crime apparently in Milan. Have the worst pollution air. You said Polish air, but I'm not gonna. I don't think you're talking about the Polish.
What that has meant is we have had to do honest work about how to build up our presence in Māori communities.
Would you consider a coalition or a partnership with New Zealand First?
You know what, Mihi?
I think the tourists can get crime are in all Italy because, like, if you know where coming to the tourists is normal, they get the point. Yeah, but I know, like, I know in Neapoli, in Palermo, there's a lot of crime because of the I don't know if the mafia is actually that big of a problem in Italy as it used to be. But I think yeah, it's yeah most tourist destinations definitely. But I know Napoli and Palermo is like big on crime. But I've heard Milano has a lot of crime too. Still a problem, but we have different mafia. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like 4 or 5. Yeah, I like it's 4 or 5 families, right? But they're mostly in the south, if I remember correctly. I don't think the mafia is really a problem in the north. It's mostly just in the south near like Napoli and Sicilia or Sicily. There is some speech about mafia is at government. I hope no. Pog. Actually, what are the? Because I know, from what I understand, the mafia families are like near Napoli, Taranto, Catanostro, or sorry, Catanzaro, and like just this island here in Sicily. By the way, many are at Sud. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I said. I think most of the mafia families are like here, in this area. Yeah, but if you want to know why, we should talk about many history of Italy. Well, I know why generally because South Italy has just always kind of been poorer. Yeah, because I know like South Italy has always been more like farming stuff, been more poor. Like North Italy had a lot of the industrial stuff, banking, all this kind of stuff, and South Italy was kind of just like very poor. And then the mafia families just slowly developed because of that. It's the same reason why the mafia was in America because a lot of the Italian immigrants came from the South. Not only that, for many years the mafia conquered the Sicilia and wasn't a joke. They had almost their politics. Yeah, I actually, I'm guessing you know, since you're talking about the history of the mafia, you know about like Mussolini and stuff. I'm pretty sure it was actually Mussolini who started like the war on the mafia, but then they ended up bringing the mafia into politics after Mussolini got in government. Like the story of Peppino Impasto, the man got killed because he was combat alone the mafia using the radio and update the population of crime of the mafia in Sicilia. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know there was a lot of like normal people who wanted to fight against the mafia, but obviously the mafia was organized crime, so a lot of them got, you know, Alfred got, yeah, Alfred got killed, and the police closed it. Yeah, 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 case for suicide. Yeah. Yeah, but from what I know now in modern Italy, the mafia is like it's still there, but like they don't like do a lot of like in public stuff. Like they're very like behind the scenes. You know what? Since I've got an Italian chat here. Many because make a collaboration. Yeah, so yeah, most try to yeah. From what I know, a lot of the mafia now are in the background because they don't want to like actively piss off the politicians and like the stability of the country. But you could find mafia Italian in America too. Yeah, because a lot of the Italian immigrants who came from Italy to America came from the south, from what I know. Like a lot from Napoli and Palermo. Also because America helped the mafia. I don't think it was America helping the mafia. I think it's like what's funny is when the South Italians went from Italy to America, a lot of those American Italians, once they built up the mafia in America, sent the money from America to help the mafia in southern Italy. So there was like a connection there. Collaborate with the mafia for escape to Italy. Yeah. If you because the reason was think first our country. Yeah, something like that definitely. Also, Alba Pass. I've got a. Would you want to watch a video on the Italian mafia? Because may as well entertain you while you're here. For me, it's fine. Okay, let's do it.
Be it money laundering or drug smuggling, intimidation
Oh,
or
shit.
assassination, money has always inspired.
Wait, my shit's lagged. What is this? Maybe this is here. Let's close that. And sub again. I don't know why I lagged. I think here we go. There's a good. I don't know if there is a video explaining good in English. This channel here. Obviously, since you're Italian. Also, I don't know the specific stuff, so we'll see. Yeah, hey, we can both learn together. We can both learn together. But this channel, Kings and Generals, it's an English channel, obviously. They do very good history stuff. Like they do really good deep research. They've got people in their team who are from different countries. They've been doing a lot of good Ukraine stuff, which I've been enjoying a lot. If you want to watch that later, but yeah, they do a really good research. So I think you'll actually learn some stuff from this video. Let me actually just change my stream title stuff afterwards.
Inspired humanity to do sinister things. With this comes the phenomenon of organized crime, a tragic inevitability.
Okay, I will trust. Yeah, you gotta just believe me here.
Welcome to a brand new series on the history of the world's most famous criminal empires. We will be exploring the origin stories of iconic syndicates from around the globe, examining shadowy pasts that often extend back centuries. So, sit back as we delve into the underbelly of society and uncover the historical origins of today's organized crime, beginning with the Sicilian Mafia. Shout out to Blinkist for sponsoring this video.
Oh shit.
It's hard to find the time to sit of our time app take 50 so I door in the
No
invented
ads.
100 ship as Cosa
Oh, yeah.
Nostra, a phrase meaning our thing, is an infamous association of criminal syndicates. They are famous for their heavy-handed role in protection racketeering.
Also, Alba, if he says anything blatantly wrong, if he says something wrong, let me know, okay?
Alcohol and drug smuggling, and other organized illegal activities across Italy, the United States, and beyond. These Italian gangsters have been immortalized in iconic 20th century literature and film, which often depicts them at the height of their power in and around the 1950s. Yet rarely explored are the earliest origins of the Mafia, a history that goes back a century before the era depicted in the likes of The Godfather and Goodfellas. In 1972, Italian journalist Luigi Barzini had this to say about Italy's southernmost island.
By the way, the modern mafia work like a bank. He give you money, but if you don't pay the debt, they will kill you. They'll kill you or your family or fire your building or many other stuff. This is like the classic, yeah. Like a lot of like loan shark, I think is the word in English. A lot of loan shark behavior where like it's private debt. Like they'll give you money without any like background check, but if you don't pay, they'll break your knees.
The reason why Sicily is ungovernable is that the inhabitants have long ago learned to distrust and neutralize all written laws, and to govern themselves in their own rough, homemade fashion, as if official institutions did not exist. This arrangement is highly unsatisfactory, because it cures no ills, promotes injustice and tyranny, leaves crimes unpunished, does not make use of the Sicilians' best qualities, and has kept the country stagnant and backward in almost every way. Since antiquity, Sicilian history has been defined by foreign rule. Greeks, Carthaginians, Romans, Byzantines, Arabs, Vikings, Normans, Germans, and Spaniards had all claimed dominion over the island over various periods. At the turn of the 19th century, Sicily had been the domain of the ancestrally French Bourbon kings, who ruled the island and much of southern mainland Italy. Most of Sicily's previous dynasties had practiced a form of feudal rulership, and
But there is Puglia, the mafia occupy only in kills, so basically they are experts in assassinations, and they are so aggressive that the police cannot recognize their face because maybe they get more than. Oh my god! Holy shit! Jesus! So Puglia is like it's like O-Block basically. You walk in, you die.
the Bourbons were no exception. Under their rule, Sicilian land was exclusively in the hands of either the Catholic Church or feudal barons, who held vast estates and made up a tiny percentage of the population. However, by the year 1812, this had begun to...
Don't worry, they do it with payment. Okay, you know what? Thank God. I thought they would just kill me because they wanted to. At least someone has to pay them to get someone to kill me.
change. Primogeniture, the law by which a noble's domain is passed down to his firstborn son, was abolished.
Maybe I have an enemy in Puglia. You know what? One day I'll go to Italy. I'll find one guy in Puglia I don't like who's pissed me off, and I'll talk to them. You know, I'll say I want this guy gone.
The barons of Sicily began gradually selling off parcels of their land to the peasantry. Soon, over 1/5 of Sicilian land was made up of the small holdings of private citizens. This slow shift from feudalism to capitalism was sped up exponentially in the year 1860, when the intrepid Italian
1860 is when, like, around that time is when your guys' country unified, right? What was it called? Like the Risorgimento, I think? Isn't that the time when your country united? By the way, I don't like your laugh. I know it sounds funny, but our stuff happened right now, so it isn't funny. Oh. That hurts. You can't say that. Repeat the age. By the way, I don't like your laugh. I know it sounds funny, but our stuff happened right now, so oh, sorry, like, obviously English isn't your first language, but some of the stuff I'm saying is, like, funny, so that's why I'm laughing. Repeat the age. You want to know how old I am? Still don't get it, but I think should be. When the Italy-born basic. Oh, yeah. So he said 1860. 1860. I'm pretty sure 1860 was when the Risorgimento happened. Actually, when did it happen? When did the Risorgimento? Yeah. So 1848 and 1870. 18. Yeah, they said 1860. So like around 1848, 1870 is when the Risorgimento was happening.
General Giuseppe Garibaldi led a volunteer force of 1,000 men
Okay.
to Sicily,
Yeah.
waging a bloody war of liberation that resulted in the island's annexation into the nascent Kingdom of Italy. Disdainful.
That is a great history too. Yeah. I'm a bit of a. I know a bit about my history, like world history. Like the Risorgimento was a big, like in Italy, in your schools, is like Giuseppe Garibaldi like a hero, or how is he taught to you guys? Giuseppe Garibaldi. Is he like a hero for you? Or Garibaldi? I don't know how you say it. Oh, you know, I'll over here. Giuseppe Garibaldi. Yeah, this guy. Giuseppe Garibaldi. Is this guy like a national hero for you? But the most we just like talk about history in a neutral way, so basic what has happened. Oh, okay. Yeah, because in some countries, like figures like that are treated like heroes, without good or evil. Yeah. Because I know Giuseppe Mazzani was like another guy who helped a lot in the unification, without give a good or evil, but you can find some statue about him. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I know Garibaldi helped a lot in the unification of Italy.
Old World Order, the Italian kingdom wished to form itself on the model of a modern nation-state. As such, The bulk of the land that remained in the possession of the church or the nobility was seized and distributed among the peasantry. In Sicily, the number of landowners increased tenfold from 2,000 to 20,000. Most of these new plots were small farms, grazing lands, lemon groves, or vineyards. This was a colossal societal shift. Prior to Italy's modernization, most barons with vast feudal landholdings had the resources and manpower to ensure their properties remained protected. The same was true for the immensely wealthy and influential Catholic clergy. However, this was not the case for peasant-owned small estates that now made up the bulk of Sicilian land. Many Sicilians would resist the imposition of Italian rule and Italian laws, and take arms in the form of populist uprisings that raged from 1860 all the way to 1876. The violent upheaval born of this fighting further destabilized the region, and the poverty caused by the war drove many desperate and starving peasants to steal from Sicily's many new landowners. Unlike the old feudal baron,
yeah, Garibaldi should be the general guy to reconquest Italy. Of course, for make it simple, so we just say him thank you, but is it enough to make for a country? Also, at the same time, some village didn't know was Italians because it was a little forced. Yeah, from what I know, because like Germany, when Germany unified, everybody was like a German, but in Italy, like everybody had like their local feelings. Like, you know, if you were from Naples, you know, you would consider yourself from Naples. If you're from Firenze, you know, you'd be from Firenze, from Genoa, Venice. Like, everybody was separate. Because for a long time, Italy was, like, divided. Yeah, it's a common stuff found, the same enemy for ruin a country, reunited a country, yeah.
who bought their own protection, these small landowning citizens were dependent on federal soldiers and policemen to safeguard their property, neither of which were able to effectively monitor private plots in the face of widespread political unrest across the island. The situation was grim, for the Italian government had distributed land to tens of thousands of middle-class peasants, but left them helpless when it came to actually protecting it. To any man with a nose for business and a constitution for violence, late 19th century Sicily was a dreamland.
But for now, I still feel separated Italy, but I hope still reunited and still in Europe. Yeah, definitely. Like, I think the future for Italy is, you know, pro-EU and obviously staying together, because I don't know why you would split, and I hope in America and coming Civil War it gets separated. Okay.
Ripe for exploitation, and that is exactly what happened. In lieu of any presence of law enforcement, the island's landowners were forced to turn to private thugs to protect their property. These loose gangs of hired gunmen soon realized they were the only real authority in the region and began taking advantage of the situation, turning against the very people they were meant to protect, forcing many local farmers into their clientele under threat of violence. Landowners no longer had a choice in whether or not they would hire these contractors. Either they paid out a handsome sum for the protection of their estate, or they would suffer dire and violent consequences. Anton Bloch, an anthropologist who studied the gangs of Italy, defined the central characteristic of mafia as the private use of unlicensed violence as a means of control in the public arena. And from the 18th
like, North Italian can't understand South Italians because have different dialects, and there are like 40-50 dialects in Italy. Yeah, I heard that. I've heard before, like, even like people in Milan have a completely different like dialect to people in Genoa. So like, it's right because of the history of like how divided Italy was for how long. Because I think like ever since the Roman Empire, like Italy had not been united for like over 1,000 years until the Risorgimento happened. So yeah, like different dialects formed and everything because everybody was like everybody had like local city or area like dialects. Someplace they talk so many in dialects, don't know how to speak in Italian. Yeah, because I think Italian is like Like it's like how in China Mandarin is like a national language, but even in China, like different parts of China, they all speak different languages.
60s onward, this phenomenon would be the principal method by which the Sicilian people were ruled. Due to the inherently clandestine nature of organized crime, the scope and influence of the various factions of Cosa Nostra.
Yeah, but that is understandable because it's super huge. Yeah, that too. Like even in India, like it's the same thing. Like India has, I think like some of the most languages in a country and no population. Yeah, yeah. But like in Italy, I think it was just because like it was divided for so long. That's why the dialects happened.
Are hard to quantify, although it is safe to say that by 1865 they had accumulated vast sway in Sicily, controlling much of its farms and ranches,
Yeah,
especially
yes, yeah.
in the western regions surrounding Palermo. As a result of this, stories of their machinations during this era have been well recorded.
Didn't change much from 1870 to 1880. Yeah, probably, yeah, because that's when obviously the country was formed. It would take some time for like Italians to feel that they're all one people, or at least close to that.
The extent of the mafia's reach is first mentioned
For
in a book
exaggerating,
published in 1864, plainly titled Public Safety in Sicily, and written by one Niccolo Teresi Colonna. However, the publication never used the word mafia specifically, instead referring to a sect of thieves that had ties across the whole island. Colonna was an Italian patriot and a staunch unionist, the kind of man who brought with him the law and order that criminals reviled. He had narrowly survived an assassination attempt a year earlier, when...
By the way, I didn't hear nothing about video. I was too much focused to speak. Do you want me to go back a bit? No, keep going? Okay.
5 armed hitmen had tried to gun him down with muskets
Me
while
too.
he travelled down a rural road outside Palermo by carriage. Luckily, his guards managed to fend off the attackers with their pistols, causing them to
But like right now for me started it, the video. Okay.
flee. This brush with death had inspired Colonna to raise awareness about Sicily's ever-growing underground criminal lords. Colonna's book brought attention to many of the mafia's sins.
Well, so far, like what he's saying is that after the unification of Italy, because when Italy formed, they became more capitalistic, and industrial stuff was happening. A lot of like the landlords, the feudal nobles got kicked out, and like the peasants had to look after themselves, so they hired, thugs to protect their property, and those thugs basically became the mafia. Is it true that like the mafia started in Sicily? Because that's what this guy's saying. The mafia started first in Palermo.
powers.
Like I say, for many years, mafia government in Sicily was so occupied for many years, become a different country, respect to Italy, not officially, of course, or maybe officially. Let's see. Okay.
The sect of thieves that he wrote about was described to have no fear of policemen, who they could easily elude. They had no trepidation for the courts either, due to their ability
Because they had a new
to
flag.
pressure any
Okay.
witnesses into silence.
But I forgot.
Colonna's testimony grows even more morbid, as he claimed that any civilian caught approaching a military policeman would be caught and executed. This
Oh my
was a
God.
practice done to enforce a disconnect between lawmen and the citizenry, born of fear, and instill a law known as humility, by which the mafia coerced total devotion and respect out of the peasantry which they ruled over. Far removed from being simple extortionists, Cosa Nostra had evolved into a dangerous cult, with deep tendrils in every facet of Sicilian society. The mafioso were especially prominent among the owners of lemon groves. Introduced by the Arabs in the 9th century, lemons had quickly become a valued Sicilian export, and by the 19th century was the island's most lucrative cash crop. For instance, by 1855, over 2.5 million crates of Sicilian...
I like how gangs in the world will like traffic drugs or stuff like that, but the mafia, their drug was lemons.
citrus made it to New York alone annually. However, they were a fickle plant, with even slight changes in soil acidity being able to sabotage an entire field. This made them especially easy.
So the most value is the trash. Okay.
For the mafia to threaten, and doubly lucrative for them to own. A seminal example of this is the story of a man known as Dr. Gasperi Galati. In 1874, the former surgeon had inherited a 4-hectare lemon grove known as the Fondo Riella. The land was only a short stroll away from Palermo's city walls, putting it in the heart of mafia territory. Furthermore, Galati had only inherited the grove because the previous owner, his brother-in-law, had suffered a heart attack upon receiving a string of death threats. Sure enough, Galati soon realized that the men who worked the farm kept dubious company. The person responsible for sending the death threats had been the warden of the estate, Benedetto Carollo, a man undoubtedly linked to the mafia. Dr. Galati may not have been aware of the death threats that led to his brother-in-law's demise, but he certainly picked up on Carollo's problematic nature quickly, as the man undercut the sale value of the farm's produce, stole coal from the estate's steam pumps and lemons from the trees, all while strutting about like he owned the place. Dr. Galati was no fool, realizing his...
Workers would make it simple, think an agency need pay many money for destroy his danger trash, so they asked the mafia to take it if they get pay, and maybe the trash taken away on the mountain, etc., etc. A man say the real gold for a mafia is the trash. Okay, got you. I think I know what you're saying.
Farm was being sabotaged. He had Carollo fired. Naturally, this drew upon him the attention of malicious shadows. Many of Galati's close friends implored him to rehire Carollo, friends who previously had no vested interest in his business and had no doubt been pressured or bribed by Cosa Nostra. However, the doctor did not relent on his decision. He had forced the mafia's hand, and on the 2nd of July, the man he had hired to replace Carollo was gunned down on a narrow rural street. Naturally, Galati's attempt to report this murder to the police turned out to be a pointless affair, for they had already been paid off to look the other way. The doctor soon received a string of letters with the heavy-handed promise that if he did not rehire Carollo, he and his family would face the same fate as the replacement warden they had shot dead. Eventually, the doctor abandoned the Fondo Riella and fled to Naples, leaving his property entirely in the mafia's hands. The doctor wrote a written testimony of his misfortunes, giving us a key example of how the early Sicilian mafia operated. A system in which mafioso strongmen operated from the shadows, forcing non-compliant landowners out of town by either planting saboteurs on their farms or with threats of violence. The mafia faction that harried Galati was based in the village of Uditore, where out of a population of only 800, 23 souls had been gunned down in the year 1874 alone. No doubt they were individuals who had defied the rule of the mafia. While Dr. Galati's case was maybe only one story out of many, there exists countless cases just like it in lemon groves, farms and villages all over Sicily throughout the latter half of the 19th century. The 1870s saw not just the steady increase of mafia power, but also the development of many of their rituals which still survive to this day. In 1875, Palermo's chief of police reported on the initiation rites of mafia, in which new members were made to prick their finger and smear blood over the image of a Christian saint, after which the bloodied image was then burned, binding the initiate to undying loyalty and symbolizing the death of all traitors to Cosa Nostra. Another sacred tenet that had cropped up in the decades prior was omerta. Originating from the Sicilian word umilta, meaning humility, Omerta was a law that compelled all mafioso to never speak about their affiliations to anyone outside of their inner circle under threat of death. It was clear now that what had begun as a loose association of opportunistic brutes had evolved into something much deeper, born from the chaos of Sicily's upheaval. An entire society existing in the shadows, bound by blood. A society whose hooks sunk deep into the lives of countless men, women, and children. The 1880s saw Cosa Nostra power grow.
Also, Alba, after this video, we might do some Ukraine stuff. Would you be down to look at that? I was going to see those recent drone strikes in Moscow, because I heard there's a lot of stuff going on there. Oh, here he is. You gonna be up for Terraria tonight or not?
Nah, I'm busy tonight, but I'll pop on for a little bit anyway. So
Yeah, I got an Italian chatter, so we're just watching the Mafia history. Yeah. I was gonna watch some because I heard there was like a drone strike. Didn't understand nothing you said. I was gonna say after this video we might watch a video on Ukraine drone strikes in Moscow. If you'd be down for that. But yeah, I heard there was like a massive, like I think it was like 500 drones or something they sent straight to Moscow, and they popped the top off like a massive
refinery.
Yeah, it was some crazy stuff. Also, I wanted to ask you about the how is the okay, Ukraine, yeah, gotcha, yeah, there you go. Yeah, so we'll watch a video after this one on that. But Fergus, about the Reddit stuff so far, I haven't actually like checked the Reddit in a while. People still bitch and moaning about Labour's stance on super.
There was a thread today on the main one, not the political subreddit, on the main one.
Yeah.
And people were just bitching and moaning, and I got it to an extent because it's a frustrating policy announcement given it. But the issue is that so many people were like, there were being single issue voters about it, and they were saying, well, they've just lost my vote entirely. Labour's doomed and all these things.
Yeah.
And people who said, okay, I'm going to vote for the Greens instead, I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever.
By the way, also there are many film talk about Mafia in some videos. Yeah, actually, I have the Mafia video games.
Like, oh,
I've only played Mafia 1 though.
Or now anyone on the left block, and I was like really? Like, are we doing this over all the things? It was just confusing. So.
No, it just sucks.
And on top of that, it was like there's so many other I don't mind single issue voters when they care about single issues that are pressing and critical. But this is an issue, but it's like this is a back burner issue. There's other things that we fix. Like if someone was single issue about reforming the taxation system, the tax system of New Zealand, I would absolutely understand if they were turned off from voting for someone because they weren't. That's an absolutely fair single issue to have. But when you have a specific concern about moderating superannuation, it's like, yes, that's an issue, but this is not like this is not so important that it should dictate your vote. It's unfortunate, but it's
Yeah, no, we've talked about this where it's like obviously Labour is trying to put a moderate platform down so they don't scare away independents or people who are like already shaky on the party. So like I can understand why they don't have like a completely like rad left or progressive view on taxes or how everything should be done. It just sucks that like National can like fuck up like ostensibly. And it's like not only will people either vote for them, but they'll like move on to like NZ First or whatever. It just sucks. Like, this is why I've been streaming. It's because it's like, dude, someone needs to deep throat like Hipkins did. Like someone needs to be out there.
You'll find. I think Labour does.
Unfortunately, are much better when they speak Sicilian. So unfortunately, you will lose many jokes. So I advise it to keep in dialogue in Sicilian. Yeah, whenever I play games that have like
if you look
from
in the
other places,
older generation, there are diehard.
I like to play in the language they're in. Like I played Expedition 33, and I did it in French. Basically, I like playing games that are like local languages. Yeah, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying, like Labour needs its die-hard voters, but you do find them in the older generations of New Zealand, as opposed to the younger generations being more bleeding heart for other parties.
Yeah, we talked about this, the difference between politically conscious and politically engaged. It just sucks that like like you know me, like we've talked a lot. Like I'm not exactly like the biggest like lefty and like Labour supporter, but like I understand pragmatically what we need to do in our parliamentary democracy. Like I understand I'm gonna get more of what I want from Labour. Yeah, also because in English they're really bad, like voice actors. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's like anime that's dubbed. It doesn't feel right. But yeah, no, like it just sucks. Like I'm gonna choose another claim. I don't know, like what do you think is a national claim I can look at that I can probably like deep dive into and make some like hard points on, because I haven't actually been on the national Instagram for a while.
Or like what's a a policy they've elaborated on that you can like talk
Yeah,
about?
basically. Yeah.
Nothing. Like they haven't said anything. They haven't. Okay, so okay, I'll quickly while I'm doing this go on to.
Yeah,
Okay, what policies has the National Party in New Zealand recently announced? What we've delivered for you, nothing. Okay, there is the compulsory KiwiSaver one. That was one I saw a few days ago.
Yeah.
But this is just this. This is the issue. They keep mentioning policies and bringing up policies, but
That
I
Labour would
can't
do.
find. I can't find videos. Maybe I'm just not tapped into their social
Yeah.
media enough, but I can't find examples of their ministers and their members of parliament actually talking about the bills themselves. Like I have yet to find a national
By the way, I
party
discovered I
member
hate accent in New
who
Zealand.
has spoken as to
You know what? I
why
hate your
they're doing a
accent.
new
Okay,
constitution bill.
I haven't even heard you, and I
It's
hate
a
your
huge-
accent.
we need more communication around why they're doing this. At the moment, it's just like New Zealand First who's talking about it.
Yeah.
In support of it. So as much as I would love to say there's a national politician
Like,
you can look at,
I-
they're all so stupid that there's no one you can look to. So
I don't know if I clipped it, and I don't know if you've seen it, but like last stream, basically, Luxon was talking about the ended super stuff. He's like, and he was like, "Oh, we're the only party that would do this," but it's like, brother, you just described the Labour Party policy platform, and like you're just doing what they would do. It's like it's just so stupid. I thought I was
Okay,
in.
I'm gonna look.
It was enough good to understand, but New Zealand killed me.
Who proposed? Was this a members bill?
Hey, at least we don't sound like Australians, okay? They speak with their noses. Okay, that's actually
New
annoying.
Zealand accent. I love the New Zealand accent because it's so. Did I tell you this? When I actually looked into some of the history behind the New Zealand accent because I was just curious. I was like, why do we sound the way we do?
Yeah.
And it's because I forget the exact thing, but it's like happens in a lot of. I'm sure it happens in a few different languages, but specifically in English,
Yeah.
all the different dialects experience what's called I think it's called a vowel shift.
Yeah.
And I think you find this in like every English dialect in like different Australia has it as well, but in a different thing.
Yeah, it's
where
more
every
retarded,
vowel moves forward one.
Yeah.
Or something, and so it becomes an E becomes I, and so and because it's a really I's quicker spoken than E is.
Yeah.
Whenever there's an E a word with an E, it sounds so quick.
Yeah, and then E over here becomes A, like you're like yeah. Stuff
Yeah,
like
and then
that.
for some reason we drop off the end of sentences and words. Like
Yeah.
it's not like we skip what elongate a word or a sentence. Okay. What is the okay? Who proposed the conservation? If I see it's Shane Jones, I'm going to hit someone.
I understand more the Australian. You talk
who
like us,
proposed-
so very speedy and like. Eat
Oh
words.
yeah, no, it was a
we are
national
similar
about,
in this
Tama
case.
Potaka. Has he said anything about this?
Yeah, I know you Italians speak very fast, like in Europe, at least, like in Europe. But yeah, over here, like, I think Kiwi English is like the most fastest version of English, and I also speak very fast naturally, so it's like a double effect.
He is the member of parliament who proposed this. I don't know if he proposed it or it got drawn from the hat for the members, that bill. But anyway, it's his bill.
Yeah.
He's Minister for Conservation. The best he can say in defense of the bill is,
Brother,
that's
what
not
is
we're
that?
about when asked about selling off huge chunks of things.
What is that stare?
I don't know.
This is the biggest glow down of like a lifetime. Like he was such a fucking like Chad when he was younger, and now he's a completely dilapidated Chad.
But yeah, this is who proposed it. I don't.
Kind of we similar a level of speed, of course,
I-
depending on what
I
dialect.
can't-
Yeah.
Nothing he says is going to change my mind as to this bill. So I'm not going to really bother to read what he says about it because I just don't think there's a single way you could like defend this. But I mean, you're
Yeah.
welcome to see what if he's elaborated on why he supports this policy.
Yeah, I'll take a look at him because like I want to make another Reddit thread on just like talking about numbers and see how many people see and cope about it. Okay.
Okay, there is. Fuck, even the language he uses is so fucking childish. He says he was adamant the intent of the bill was only to get rid of bits and bobs of land with low conservation value. Like, what is that? Like, what does that mean? Like, that it's just so. Speak eloquently. You're a member of parliament. I want to know in depth what you're doing. I don't want to know that you're like a fucking child who can't use like serious words. It's actually just disgusting.
Yeah.
It's.
Oh,
That's strong language, but
did you did you see my my reel or my short on like Luxon's baldness?
Yeah, I did.
This is what I understand from you. Okay, all right.
The only articles I can find about Potaka is him saying the maps that have been released around what's possible to be sold are wrong, but I don't. Okay, has Tama? Okay, I hate using Gemini for this shit, but I can't be bothered like doing like extensive research on this idiot. Has Tama, explained why he thinks the oh my god, don't do that. Conservation Amendment Bill is good. Fuck, I spelled conservation wrong.
Albert Pass. I just wanted to ask you a question.
AI doesn't like pick up your question.
In New Zealand, we love our nature. Like we have a lot of like less New Zealand. I know it. Like we have a lot of like public parks and national conservation stuff. In Italy, do you guys have the same thing? Like, do you have like national conservation and ranges and like protected areas?
The group's chief advisor on conservation policy, Richard Carpi, said the maps make clear for people what sometimes impenetrable proposed legislation can mask and highlight the scale of what could be sold. Cappy said some things in the bill made good sense and would modernize the conservation system, but it was opposed to
like where if I was to go to Italy, where can I find these places?
I don't
like these like national parks and all this kind of stuff.
I want to know in detail. Why are they just giving me like fucking little tidbits? Okay, okay. The bill aims to streamline the concession process, cutting red tape and make it easier for business. That's a buzzword, like absolutely. I don't know, like I would think that to sell off conservation land would require a lot of administrative process. Like it's not like I'm selling off my neighbor's land block that I've acquired by some happenstance. Like this is like, I don't know, a massive hectare area. It proposes charging an international visitor fee to Highly. I thought that was already proposed by Doc.
Yeah.
That was okay. They've put it in the bill, that previous Doc proposal, so that makes sense. But that is a good proposal. I think international visitors should pay a fee so we can help fund it, because if they have the money to travel overseas, especially to New Zealand, they have the money to pay for.
Also, like our environmental stuff is part of our tourism industry, so it would just make sense. Yeah.
But it's now it's wrapped up in a bill that is
retarded.
It says he argues it provides a clearer, more consistent national framework and reduces ambiguity for concessionaires and the Department of Conservation. I don't know why we would need.
I don't know. It's specific Google it, but we have groups of bears where live near mountains and can't be hunted.
It's a serious issue.
For example,
we need to have a clear framework.
Are the Alp Mountains, like in the north of Italy, is that like a national
conservation? We have
conservation area.
So much space, right? Like we don't need to be. This is.
No, it just sucks. Yeah.
Right now, the conservation system is 40 years old. It's very slow to turn and get decisions made. Okay, well, the Crimes Act is older than that, but that doesn't mean the Crimes Act doesn't make sense. Like the Crimes Act was written in 1961. half of our most crucial pieces of legislation were written like before 1950. So I don't understand why the age has anything to do with it, because systems don't. 4 decades in the planet, like that's nothing. Like that's just concessions are needed for anyone.
For the most, all Italy is made of mountains. So I'm talking about the Alps, so near the Swiss border.
In the first place, I don't think conservation land.
So like in the north.
Lolly scramble for who can like get to use it best. Like it's conservation land. It's not like, oh, I want to fucking throw my kids like quinceañera on it. Like what
yeah.
I mean, look, I'm very biased against this, but I think most most New Zealanders do dislike it. So
yeah,
I mean, you're free to look into that in your own time. I think you'll find that like there's a lot of buzzwords wrapped up that theoretically make sense, but when you dive into it, you go, hold on, it's
yeah. I'll probably take a deeper look at that because I think because apparently people get triggered when you use numbers, so I'm gonna try and see if we can avoid economics for a while and attack a different subject. It just sucks. Like as I said, like when we look at the media environment between like the center left and the rad left, it just sucks that when like the Greens have a policy and like the National Party criticizes it, everybody comes out and supported the Greens, but like whenever it's like Labour, it's like whatever. It just sucks so much, man. Like when you sent me that like news article post, like, oh, Reddit's freaking out. It's like, yeah, I also did something, I guess, but fuck me, I know.
I don't know. Maybe this article hasn't cited him well, but it's just not providing. From the looks of it, he's not providing actual examples of what they're trying to streamline. He's just saying, "Oh, it will streamline this."
Okay, in North, I don't know if it's like protected, but it's hard to construction. But there is Toronto, Alto Adige, where there is Italian French City, should be north in city of Italy.
Water samples. I'm pretty sure Doc would just be doing that themselves, but you know that's another thing.
Yeah.
It's just so like.
Shall I go right here?
What's the spin-off saying? Isn't the spin-off? Oh no, that was the post that got changed. What is that here?
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah,
so New Zealand politics. I don't
National Grand Paradiso. I'm guessing. I guess that means national park.
Headline: Who's Your
right
Daddy?
side.
Nationalist family meeting has a coalition problem.
Oh, dude, I saw a Winston Peters interview about him, like you know, would you make a strong stance on like not coalitioning with Labour and put that down? And like he would dodge it, and then there was one point where he said, "Yeah, I wouldn't," and then immediately said, "But wait."
He's just an old man. He actually needs to retire.
Like no, like I'm gonna put it like this: like that whole like populist Trump style politics needs to die, and Winston Peters over here in New Zealand is like the biggest representation of that.
Jenny Shipley
Follow the basic
says,
border.
Waitangi Day has become too political. That's
it's like
drafting of the US
French border or the Austrian border?
Too political. What?
It's just so crazy.
Maybe she said something else. Maybe it's. Okay, maybe the headline is misleading me. Maybe she's not too stupid about this.
Also, how long are you going to be able to stay in stream for, by the way?
Oh, like another half an hour, 20 minutes.
Hey, no problem. Oh, the Swiss border. Okay. So, like... Like here? This is what you're talking about?
No, it shows Taliban moment. What the hell?
And German border. So, like here? Because technically, this is Austria over here, and this is Switzerland.
Just using AI, I don't care.
Yeah, stupid.
Nicola Willis's magic money tree and other go-to spending metaphors in New Zealand politics. Unfurl the money hose and fire up the cash bazooka. It's time for a brief history of Parliament's favourite fiscal figures of speech.
It's awesome sauce, dude. It's just so stupid. I hate everything to do with this current party, dude. It sucks so much.
Statistical now, okay. All the times the National has trashed its own campaign policies.
But never mind, there are many national parks we saw. Yeah, we saw them. Like, there was like a couple over here. couple over here. Again, New Zealand. So I answered, yeah. Yeah, you answered the question, don't worry about it. Like in New Zealand, we have a couple of national parks. We're pretty proud of it. Like we got one in the center here, one over here. Most of it's like tribal stuff, like with Maori authorities, but yeah.
From forcing KiwiSaver contributions.
Hey yo, what's up, Pebble?
Contributions.
How's it going, brother?
Increasing that up to 12%. Is it 12% or is it 10%? No, 10% is the existing one, I think.
But doing good. Just doing some politics, learning a little bit about the mafia because I've got this guy over here. He's an Italian chatter, so we decided to do something about him. Over 850 national parks. Damn, that's pretty good. Got 13 over here in New Zealand. We're kind of a small country, so they're bigger than yours, so you know. Not 850. Number 1, are you into politics? What the fuck are you into politics? And 3, have you made any progression in Terraria, like finding Temple? We were supposed to play Terraria today. My mate actually is in VC, but he has something to do with his like studies and his job. So he said Thursday he should be able to do something for Terraria. And yes, I'm into politics. I'm a proud Labour supporter and voter. I'm a big lib left guy. I hate populism. I hate the Greens. I hate National. I hate right wingers. Well, not hate's a strong word, but I don't like their politics. So yeah, like politics is kind of like my main thing. But you know, I'm a chud, so I play games. So yeah, but yeah, like Thursday we're gonna be getting on Terraria. He's given me like an actual guaranteed date, and we'll be able to do the temple and 25 national parks. Okay, so you got double what we have in New Zealand, but you know ours are bigger and better. So you know. So 850 national parks. There are 25 national parks. Okay, nice. What day are you starting modding? As I said, we have to first finish vanilla. I actually don't know how long it's going to take us because my friend, he actually has a life and a job. I do too, but like I actually have a structured timeline and everything because he's got his studies in uni and I don't. So I can stream daily and whatever. So it'll really depend on his timeline. So maybe, a couple weeks. It sucks, but that's kind of how it's going to be. By the way, New Zealand and Italy are kind of similar. Yeah, no, we are. We're very like rocky, volcanic countries. We're kind of the shitholes in our area. You know, in Europe, you guys are kind of a shithole, and over here in the Pacific, we're kind of a shithole. Okay, yeah. But yeah, Fergus, I just wanted to ask you. I'll ask the guy who basically set up those meetings with me with that Labour politician, that national one. If you would you want to come with me?
When is it?
I actually don't know yet. He hasn't given me like a solidified date. I think it depends on their timeline, but I'll let you know when I know the timetable for it.
So do you know their name yet?
No, that's like he hasn't responded to me. I literally sent him a text this morning, but he's a pretty busy guy, so yeah, I'm waiting for a response on him.
No, I'd definitely be interested. It's just I'm not sure if it's as soon as this week, which I doubt it would be.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. Yeah,
it would not be possible because I'm working every day. But
Italy, 300,000 kilometers squared, and like yeah. So like New Zealand is like a big island. Like the map actually doesn't represent it as well, but yeah, we don't have that many people. It's like 5 million people in New Zealand.
That's an interesting.
So New Zealand.
This is interesting. Labour has a
small Italy. Good job. Okay.
Why is it not taking me to the thing? You might find this interesting. We're talking about
yeah.
I don't know why the link's not working for me. But here is this.
King polling, demographic breakdowns, bank liabilities. Oh. By the way, yeah, is a normal illusion. I forgot the name of illusion. What does that even mean? Because I was gonna say, Fergus, one of the big things I want to eventually do, man, I gotta get better at like video editing and stuff. But what I might do whenever we got to do labor stuff, I might record it. Oh fuck, I'm muted. Fergus, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna say what I really want to do eventually with my channel. It depends on like obviously the consent of the parties involved, but I would love to like record stuff because you know how, like there are some political streamers in like America and stuff that would that like record some canvassing stuff they do or door knocking or talk to politicians. I really
Yeah.
want to start like building up a platform. So obviously it'd be cool if you get to interview Max and you could record that video and I can edit it down, put it on my channel.
He gets
or...
he already has well, he
like
at
a
least
Illusions
is
world
he's
map,
got
like
a person who
Africa's,
follows him
yeah.
around with the camera.
But if you see the
and
map
before
feel, yeah, I've actually seen that before I've done
um,
that.
They already seem to.
It's like the
this
actual
isn't like
size of the
official.
globe. Like the US is just a little bit smaller, but
This is
Canada is like
volunteer.
larger, and Russia is actually very huge. I've seen that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Like,
And
I think yeah.
you can just enjoy talking to him anyway in your own time anyway.
Oh no, definitely. I feel like from what I've seen in him on a social media post and what you've said about him, he seems like a very down to earth guy. I would love to see what his like views on the Labour Party are. Like dead ass, if you could set up like a meeting, or just tell me where I could find him. I might end up gang
No,
stalking him.
he's always available.
And the Americans are stupid. Thing are huge when they are like a little more small than Europe.
Contact numbers. He's usually in his office.
No, okay, brother. I'm sorry. I'm stopping Euro tardation right here. All right, the American, like I think like one state in America is like half the size of Europe. Okay, America is a large fucking place.
I'm sure you can find his email. And you can email him like, hey, like when you get the chance, I'd like to ask you questions, or I can ask you questions via the email or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so I definitely want to start doing like I want to try to like obviously I want to build a platform of Aussies and Kiwis who are like kind of interested in their political because like it's not just like it's not just because we're like connected, it's also time zones. Like obviously we live in the same kind of media time, so it's obviously easy to do stuff. So I would love to get like a lot of young Aussies and Kiwis and build a platform off that and use that as proof of like, hey, please accept my interview.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got like that radio show I need to edit. Oh, man, I just suck so much ass. It's the reason I'm doing live streaming because there's just so much more like low effort. All right, Pibble, we'll see. I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I need to get better at editing. Like I'm so close to just like low key finding someone to do it for me and paying them because holy AIDS, I'm so bad at it. But yeah, like it'd be really cool to like have the two of us because I really want to talk more to the Labour Party politicians because I want to become effective not just obviously in messaging, but I also want to be part of the party itself. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to talk about. Obviously, like this whole streaming thing, it's only been like it's been less than a month, so obviously it's gonna take us time. I'm gonna build up this platform and then like hopefully. Oh hey man, thanks for the follow. I hope to see you in chat actually every now and then. I'd love to have a European chatter hop in. I say because some Americans say that so like Americans are like completely that it's not like huge, but it's a pretty big fucking country. Yeah. But as I said, I think because obviously you and me, I don't want to gas ourselves out, but like for our age, we actually understand what needs to be done. Okay, like just reading, just like that in itself, the basic ability to fucking read is already putting us in like the 99th percentile. So I think a big thing I've been trying to fight for the longest time, and obviously watching a lot of D's content in America, anti-populism is like something I want to like entrench in the Labour Party. We cannot accept this. Like I understand the idea and the need for like progressive taxation and like social welfare, but we cannot achieve that via like populist brain rot, because that's just like a downward spiral that'll lead us nowhere. In terms of a country, yes, it's huge. Of course, Europe is a continent, but don't worry, we'll start a civil war and become small. Okay. But yeah, like I think what I might do, just for content, I might live stream the election that's coming up. Obviously, you might have different plans, but it'd be cool to have you and me commenting over that. But yeah, it depends on what you also have planned that time, because it'd be cool, having some drinks, you coming over and we just doing the stream together, because I've got a face cam now too, so we can have our live reactions.
Yeah, we can. That'll be good.
Yeah, but I will say, like, I was talking to Regan about this, but on my shorts channel, my reels, like, as I've been adding more brain rot stuff, like, chat and then subtitles and like my face cam, I've been seeing my engagement go up. Like my shorts went from like 50% skip rate to like 27 to 17% the moment I started adding more of this stuff in, so it's been really good.
Yeah.
Here 8:12 a.m. Jesus, it's really early for you guys. Yeah, over here in New Zealand it's 6:13 p.m. It's in the evening. But yeah, like it's a really good stuff. And I will say, like, I thought the politics stuff wouldn't really take off much, but it's actually been very interesting. I've been getting like almost up to 1,000 views in a short of my politics stuff, and like that's NZ politics.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah,
it's kind of crazy. I didn't think it would take off like that, but obviously I'm just going off my bias because I don't watch too much streaming. Do you see any like Twitch streamers who are like NZ politics stuff? Because I swear there's not any.
Hold on.
Because I know there's a lot of NZ people who do stuff like reels. Like there's that one Modi guy, I think, or Islander guy who like wears that face mask or whatever. If you see the video 2 times as normal. But yeah, like I don't think there's actually like NZ streamers who do politics. Or that just might be my selection bias.
Apparently, it doesn't seem.
Excuse me. What is happening?
Ah, yeah, Ferris joining. We're talking politics stuff.
Okay, all good.
Yeah.
Wait, Brock's is a bigger streamer than Fitz is now. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Just DM me if something happens.
Yeah, I'll DM you.
You remember the Brock's guy, right?
Brock's guy. Who's Brock's again? I swear I'll remember if you tell me who.
The guy who does the carving.
Oh yeah, well no, but he's not a politics streamer. I mean, like as in like.
No, I was just looking it up, and he's got like 1.7 million followers on Twitch. I knew he was like popular, but I didn't realize he was that popular.
Yeah, because he had that wholesome like reel that blew up, that kind of threw him into the stratosphere. Yeah. I'm hoping to get one of those moments because like I actually have a job, so I don't actually need money. I need my blow up moment to win.
I'm actually gonna head off now because I'll go my dinner and then I'm off for the night.
All right, no problem. I'll keep
play on Thursday.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, because one of my chatters, Pibble, wanted to see what Terraria. Yeah.
Nah, enjoy the Terraria.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll catch you later.
Yep. See you later, brother.
Yeah. See ya.
All right. Alba Pass. It's just you and me again. If you, by the way, there aren't many. You can see some in America. MAGA talk. Look how much are great, beautiful, and huge America. But after that, there aren't other much. Only radio or of stuff you can see on TV. Yeah, like no, America's a beautiful place. Like I went there actually when Biden was still in power. We went to California. We did like a West Coast road trip, and I went to Texas too, in Louisiana, and I celebrated 4th of July in Louisiana, New Orleans. It's a pretty beautiful country. There's a lot of nice views. The people are amazing. It's just, man, Trump is he's something. Trump is something. That's what I'll say. Trump is like Putin, but at least Putin is like kind of smart in comparison. I hate America. Don't blame the American people for me. Are victims of like the average American like didn't like they voted in Trump because they thought he would like bring back the economy. They didn't vote Trump in because he thought that he would invade Greenland or whatever. I feel bad for the Americans sometimes. Their leadership is just so trash right now. Let's bring up this, put this away. What is this? And now he ruined. Yeah, no. Trump's been terrible for the economy. He's blown up everything for no reason, by the way. It's like with Iran too, specifically. Like there was a whole deal made by Obama, and he trashed it in his first term. And in his second term, they needed a war for it. It's so stupid. It probably will change. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like Trump has ruined everything for basically no reason. It's the most stupid thing ever. And also, yeah, for now, yeah, it's just so stupid. I don't like anything to do with it. What is this? Ukraine setting.
For months.
But yeah, we'll look at this Ukraine video. I think they're going to talk about the oil refinery strikes, but Italy will fall with America. I want to ask you actually, obviously because you're in Italy, you know more about this than me. But what's like Meloni's popularity looking like? Is her popularity dropping in the polls, or is everything kind of, you know, falling?
For months, Ukraine has been executing a brilliant plan against occupied Crimea. Middle strike drones fly non-stop to pelt Russian logistics feeding into the peninsula, and long-range drones strike deep into Crimea itself to shatter the defenses that Russia has built up. Crimea is being isolated, left stranded in a war where it was supposed to be the centerpiece.
Like I say, it's an old country, so we can say who vote left is young, who vote right is old. So if I should tell for all Italy, we can see are happy to have bologna, but who have a brain can tell hate bologna. Okay, yeah, I think yeah, I think you're right. Like age has a big thing to do with it. Like even here, in our country, in New Zealand, like the right wing parties, like New Zealand First and National, they're mostly supported by old people or people who are big in the housing market. Yeah. So it's the same over here, but like the problem with young people is that they're just angry and they kind of throw their vote wherever. But I think like center left parties need a lot of strength. Like you need to support them so that actual change can be made, because these like communist parties or radical left parties are just, it's just stupid. They have no real solutions. So I think, yeah, like center left parties need to be empowered more.
And now Ukraine is preparing for something huge. Russia knows it. Putin believes that Ukraine...
By the way, for letting know how many is old our country, you can know 2 and 3 Italians have more than... Holy shit. Yeah, you guys are old. God damn. Also, yeah, no, it'll definitely ruin your economy. Do you guys have because in New Zealand we have this thing called KiwiSaver, which is like a retirement fund. Do you guys have something like that in Italy, where you have like an investment fund that pays for pensions? Yeah, but let me know, because I would like to know how your system works. Okay, so basic, I think in New Zealand, when you work, you pay your own credit for when you become old, right? So yeah, so how it works is when you have a job, uh, your KiwiSaver, your employer has to legally contribute a certain amount of money and match you in how much money you're putting into your pension fund. So like right now it's 3.5%. So 3.5% of your salary is given to you by your employer, and you also contribute that much too. And that goes into a fund, and that fund pays for pensions and pays for your pension obviously later down the line too. In Italy, it's different. When you work, you already pay the old people right now, so our credit become a pension for old people. And when we'll be old, we have the same promise. Oh, so you don't actually have like a... Actually, let me search this up, because I actually want to know. You got me interested in Italy. All right, Alba. I'm interested in your country now. Does Italy have a pension fund? Yes, Italy, well-structured multi-pillar system, state pension. The primary source of retirement income is a state pension managed by this. Rates pay-as-you-go. Oh, so you guys don't have it. Well, what happened when they're out? Yeah, no, okay, so you no offense to you, because this is just your politics. You don't have an awesome system like us. So, like, how it works for us, so from what I understand, if you get paid $100, you lose, say, like $2 and goes to old people. But for us, if I earn 100, my employer, the guy who gives me a job, he pays me $2. I also pay $2 that goes into a fund that is $4, and that $4 grows over time to become $8. And this fund pays old people. So it's not like money, the money doesn't go straight to the old people. This house should be work for every other country, but only Italy. Yeah, no. I think your system is pretty old. It shouldn't be like this. Because this means, like, do you understand how Norway system works? Because, like, we have the same system Norway does. When Norway has a fund that grows and it pays old people. It happened like 1980. Oh, that sucks. That means you have a very old system. Yeah. Like, this system we have in New Zealand is like, it's a little bit worse than the Nordic one. Like Norway. But it's like an investment fund. The money goes from your pocket to the investment fund. It grows, and that growing investment fund pays for the pension. So there's no money lost there. So even if all young people stopped working, this fund would still pay for the pension. Because the Italy get a boom of economy, was like the fourth mondial economy place, and we got a huge amount of baby. Yeah, so I think your politicians just didn't put the right system in place. Because if you had that fund system back then, you would have so much money to pay off pensions with. So they think if we'll continue in this rate, it's good to do this. Yeah, no, that's what they thought, definitely, but it's not a good system to do pay-as-you-go. Like, the pay-as-you-go system is not good. Because it means, like, directly that money goes to pensions, but you should be investing it so that the economy grows, and you can also pay pensions. Both of them. Also, at the time, there was the baby pension, like, 40 years, you could be pensioned. Yeah. No, yeah, I think the system is just old. There should be, like, an investment system, so that money can grow, too.
D-Day is coming, and Russia's worst nightmare is going to happen. The landing operation will be massive. Any belief Putin had that Crimea was safe has disappeared. Now all that Russia can do is desperately try to prepare for what it believes to be inevitable. And that's the thing. As Ukraine keeps its plans for Crimea under wraps, it's from Russia's actions that we see Putin's fear about a possible D-Day taking place.
Unfortunately, what happened, if you do right now, you stop pay the pension of old people right now? No. So what I'm saying is, like, the pension should still be paid, but it should be put into an investment fund. Its system can't be changed, right? No, you can change it. Like, for example, you have the pay-as-you-go, so keep paying them, but you should set up an investment fund so that once that investment fund is set, whatever money young Italians make in their jobs, the money that would go to the pension straight away goes into a investment fund so that the economy can grow too, while also paying pensions. So this way you don't lose money. You actually, like, grow it and then take out of that fund to pay old people. Okay, the problem where you get the money from working. So, like, as I said, so KiwiSaver, how it works here. When you're working, let me bring up this again. Let's make some number how much we pay the pension. So basically, as I said, like, over here, so like in New Zealand, if I work and I get $100, the guy who employs me, the employer, he has to pay $2 to my KiwiSaver, and I also pay $2. That becomes $4. It goes into a fund that becomes $8, and that $8 pays old people. So the money grows, and the system stays. It's like that. But this mean reduce the pay of people now? It does technically, but you're like, for example, how much do you know how much of your salary gets taken out to pay the pension? But for we use 16% of the pension right now. Yeah, so like the money you lose already. All I'm saying is that instead of your money, so say this 16. Oh, what I'll do, I'll just cancel this. Don't save. So the 16% you're already paying. GDP in English, yeah. So the 16%, if you put that into a fund, that'll grow over time. So I'm not saying to take away more money from people who work. Take the same amount, but put it into an investment fund so the economy grows. So the economy will grow, and the fund will grow too. And as the fund will grow, say you earn 100 euros, right? How's the euro? It's like this, right? 100 euros. And say 16 euros get taken out. You put that into an investment pension fund, that'll grow to say 20 euros. And you pay old people from this. So the economy will grow and the pension fund will grow so that you're not just using the 16. You've got 20 now. I mean, this work if I have an extra 16% of PIL. I mean, this work. Well, it'll work, like if that's what you're asking. Because the idea is that your money, like the euro you get from working, still get taken from you, regardless, in the current system. But instead of directly going to old people, instead of this going straight here, you grow the money that's already being taken from you. And that growing money then goes to old people. So this way the economy can grow too, and jobs can be supported, and in future generations, even if people aren't working, the fund will keep growing. Okay, but if you invested it, it means you can't be used. So okay, so like, again, to bring it back to KiwiSaver, say for example, you lose 16 euros from your salary, right? Just say for example, and that out of that 16 euros after some time becomes 20 euros. And say the old person needs 4 euros. All you have to do is draw from the fund 4 euros. So that 16 keeps working. Those 16 euros keep working to grow the economy. All you did was take the growth of that 4 euro and gave it to old people in the sense of pension. But what happened if you need right now? Yeah, as I said, the good thing about a fund is that it'll keep growing. And you could take that growth and use it. Okay, let me explain. You explain. I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll be back. So explain it to me. I'll be back. I'm just gonna get a coffee for myself. All right, I'm back. Okay. I explain because it isn't that simple. Like, think the young people gain 1,100 euro a month for have a nice life, need 1,800 to 2,000 euro a month. That 1,100 you need, pay the pension right now. Let's think 350 to 400 euro. The state take it for the pension, but all people need like 1,000 or even more to survive. So now multiply. Yeah. So basically, let me know if you don't understand any of this. I'll clarify. What I'm saying is that you can do two things at once. So you need to fix the problem. So the fix is the investment fund, because an investment fund, if you leave it for long enough, it'll grow. The Italian government, while the fund is growing, because the what I would say is that what you're currently paying for the pension, that money would still go. Like whatever is being taken from you is still going, but now it's going to grow the economy and to grow how much money is actually in the fund. In the meantime, the government can take on a little bit of debt to make it so that the fund isn't immediately depleted, so that they can, not only does the fund keep growing, it's you don't just keep taking away from it. So actually has time to build. I know about investment, but the old people need the payment. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that let the fund grow, draw some of the profits from the fund, but take in the probably 5 years it'll take for the fund to really start growing. Take some debt to pay pensioners off, because if you keep going in the way you're going, it's a bad system. You need to make a system which is kind of can sustain itself. I know about investment. Yeah. First of all, I'm not doing the system. Okay. But it's complicated. No, it is complicated, definitely. But like, you need to set it up now, or your country's just gonna keep gaining debt. Because like countries like Norway, Sweden, my country, New Zealand, we figured this out, and like in Canada, they're doing this now with a wealth fund.
On June 17th, United 24 media report.
If you change it right now, it means don't give the pension for all 22 million. The other solution is have our privacy pension. No, what I'm saying is that you can still set up the fund, but for 5 years as it grows, the government will need to take on a little bit of debt so that they don't just take away everything from the fund, so the fund can grow naturally. So you'll have to take a little bit of debt just to kind of pay the system as it's going. But like right now, you have to set up this kind of system, or else your country will just keep taking more and more and more debt, and that's not really healthy. We have huge debt. Yeah, I know, but like, if you don't change system now, it's going to get even worse than it already is. By the way, for to understand, the 16% of PIL Italians is like 2.2 billion of euro. That's tough. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, I think you understand what I'm saying, where it's like whatever you're paying right now for the pension, that'll go into a fund instead of just going straight to old people pensions. so that you can at least like grow that money. And in the meantime, instead of just taking all the money away from the fund, you can take some of the profits made and then just take on a little bit of debt and then combine that to pay the old people their pensions while the fund still grows.
Reported on comments made by Dmytro Pletenchuk, who is the spokesperson for the Ukrainian Navy. He revealed that Russia has started to reinforce its defensive positions along the coastlines within occupied Crimea. Why? Putin is terrified.
So your suggestion to frozen this money for grow up, but the problem the old people to get pay with the debt at year of 2.2 billion. I think I know what you're saying. It also means kill the young people because the problem is that you can keep the system as it is, but you're going to get more and more debt. You need to set up a system where the money you're putting into your pension isn't just being taken away. Like you can actually grow that money so that the 16, like say whatever how many euros you put in, get doubled by in 5 years. So you want to make it so that every euro is working properly, because like you're gonna take debt regardless. Like if you don't do anything right now, you're still gonna take debt to pay the pension because no one's making enough to pay that off. So what I'm saying is that you got to set up like a fund so you can grow the money you already have, and then in the meantime, while that fund is growing, you pay the old people by taking some debt to meet the growth of the fund. The problem isn't how it changed, it's because it. Sorry. The problem isn't how it changed it, but is when you do it, it means a sacrifice. This is a problem, but Italy had the time for change, but didn't do it. Yeah, the problem though with politics is that you can have the best solutions, but it's about what's politically possible, right? So like obviously the change happening like 10 years ago would have been better, but you need to do it now. Like, like it's better to have action now than later. Like it'll hurt. I'm not saying it won't hurt, and it will suck for you guys, but you need to do this now, or else your country is kind of fucked.
That Ukraine is preparing to pull off a counter-invasion to snatch the occupied peninsula away from Russia once and for all, perhaps using an amphibious landing to do the job. As we speak, what Russia views as the most vulnerable parts of the Crimean coastline are being shored up, Pletenchuk reveals, and he adds that Russia sees the possibility of a landing as a very real issue that needs to be countered. In any case, the enemy considers this an absolutely real threat. The Russians are actively strengthening areas in Crimea vulnerable to landings because they believe in such a possibility, Pletenchuk said in an interview with the Kyiv Independent.
So, for making it simple, your solution is mean to do sacrifice, so what we sacrifice our young people, our old people. This is basic solution, the propose. Kinda don't know what you was meaning, but I try to explain. Basically what I'm saying is that you guys are fucked with the current pension system you have. You need to make a fund so that even though you should have made this thing like 20 years ago, you need to make it now. And whatever money you guys are putting into pensions, put it into the fund. And as the fund grows, take away some of those profits to help subsidize those pension funds. And then whatever you can't meet, if you can't meet those payments, then take on a little bit of debt to help pay off the rest of the pensions. But as time goes on, as that fund grows, then the fund itself can pay for the pensions fully. But this is a system you need to implement now, or else you guys are going to get worse and worse with your debt.
He also revealed one of the reasons why Russia is so scared of what it believes is coming. The belief in an amphibious landing hasn't come out of nowhere. Ukraine's navy has been practicing for just this kind of thing, Pletenchuk claims. Training is ongoing and special operations conducted by Ukraine have fed into the Russian.
We have like 138% to GDP ratio in debt. Yeah. Already, yeah. But what I'm saying is like, I know your debt is huge, but it's going to get even worse if you don't try to at least fix the problem. So this fund, it's going to be like the starting point of trying to fix this.
fear as Ukraine's drones continue a campaign designed to isolate the peninsula and perhaps lay the groundwork for the type of attack that Putin would have never believed could happen when he launched his invasion. Russia worries that D-Day Part 2 is coming. But why is Russia so scared? Beyond the Ukrainian training we just mentioned, it's what Russia has been forced to watch happen over the last few months that makes its military high command believe that something massive is heading toward Crimea. The peninsula is being turned into an island as Ukraine engages in a non-stop operation to isolate Crimea from all of the logistical arteries that enable Russia to keep it supplied with soldiers and military equipment. Ukraine's defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, says that his campaign to divorce Crimea from the occupied territories in Ukraine and the Kerch Bridge that keeps the peninsula connected to Russia is going exactly according to Ukraine's plan. This isolation will turn into an island, the peninsula that Putin stole from Ukraine in 2014, and that could lead to very unexpected consequences for the Russians, Euromaidan Press reports Fedorov as claiming during an interview with Ukraine's pressing channel. As vague as this may sound from Ukraine's defense minister, it's a warning to Russia. Does that warning mean an amphibious assault is coming? It's hard to say, but what we know for sure is that Ukraine is laying groundwork that could make such an assault possible. For the past few weeks, Ukraine's new generation of middle strike drones has been wreaking havoc on the logistical network that supports Crimea. Fedorov reveals that the Ukrainian Defense Ministry built up to this campaign of isolation by contracting 300% more middle strike drones during the first 4 months of 2026 than it did in all of 2025, though Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says that the number is even higher. He claims a 500% increase. Whatever the case may be, May and June have seen this massive increase in middle strike drones pay dividends against Crimea. Since the end of May, Ukraine has made the key R280 highway that connects Russia, southern Ukraine and Crimea into an absolute hellscape. Traffic along that road has decreased by 71% since these strikes.
Is that what you mean? But there isn't a solution without sacrifice. But a country makes sacrifice isn't anymore a country, because change the stuff, it's mean change all economy in Italy. So it's a hard decision, and let's stop it right now, the discussion, because I think we have a wall block language, so it's hard. Yeah, fair enough. I think we both, like, look, I'm not an Italian, but I think, both of us want the best for your country. So I think you're trying to get that across. I understand there's a language barrier, so it's kind of hard to explain these kind of, like, very specific policy things. But, yeah. My basic thing is, like, you guys need to change your system now, or else it's just going to get worse and worse. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from, though.
Began, claims the commander of Ukraine's unmanned systems forces, Robert Brovdy. With the R280 being gradually made useless to Russia, Ukraine has started attacking bridges all over the occupied territories that feed into the peninsula. A June 9th strike caused the complete suspension of transportation across that bridge, forcing diversions to alternative.
We have other more huge problems. I think the pension is only a little part. No, pension payments are a big part of all, like, developed countries' problems right now, because obviously old people are not productive in society. They don't do things. They just get money. So it's a big part. So it's a big part of how to, like, fix the economy. I think for now the solution of Italy is run away from Italy and look around alone. Yeah. When is your guys' next election, by the way? When do you have your elections?
Routes that run through Armyansk and Perekop. Multiple strikes have been recorded at the bridge that connects Hanichesk and the Arabat Spit, also in Kherson, as have strikes in Armyansk designed to cut off one of the alternative routes that Russia tried to create. One such strike, carried out ahead of June 11th, saw Ukraine take out 50 supply trucks and fuel tankers Russia was attempting to send through Armyansk and into Crimea. And that's the point. Cutting off all of these roads.
We lost it. 1 million of young people a year after they get graduated. I said, like, when are your elections? Like, when are the Italian elections? $1 million every 5 years. Oh shit, that's tough. Yeah, Italian election. Yeah. When's you guys' next election?
All right, hello, you there?
Yeah, man.
You still doing your politics?
Yeah, well, this chatter is pretty active, so I thought I would entertain him. But yeah, sure, we'll play Vicky soon.
Yeah, it's I've done a fair bit here, honestly, and
Yeah.
I've actually built the
Yeah,
space
let me know.
elevator.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I expanded the power plant because it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't have been.
And I've got another Iron Venom setting up.
Oh, that's perfect.
Well, I've done a lot of cosmetic things. I've actually organized the map markers to be organized.
Yep.
Crazy, I know. Where do I want this all to meet up? Where do I want to build this? I'm going to start setting up rotors at the moment.
Yeah. So basic, a government can stay in the government for max of 5 years. The problem, a government doesn't survive 1 year because lost in trust of parliament. Okay. So like a vote of no confidence kind of thing. Okay. But every 5 years, so that means. But it happened with this government keep trust of parliament.
Bro, our current government's ass.
Yep.
I can't believe we actually voted them in.
Okay, so Italy's next election is 2027 December.
Oh, is it the same guy still there?
Yeah, girl. Okay.
Oh, okay, my bad.
She's a girl. She's a girl boss.
Either way, the same person's still there. That's kind of hot.
Yeah,
That's kind of nice.
The only way to get election is the parliament lose trust, or if the group of are in politics take it out of their ally. Okay, so like a coalition needs to happen if they want to kick Maloney out of government. Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay, what I'll do, I actually load up Vicky now.
Yeah.
Where's Vicky? I don't know how it's called. We call it party. Yeah, it's party in English. But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Like, just parties have to come together and make a coalition. Make sure my mods are off.
Oh, don't full the map.
Yep. Oh, what I'll do.
Missing a plant. What's missing fucking
So if the ally take off the collaboration, need a re-election because we will lose 50% of the vote. Yeah. So you just need like parties to come in and become the majority and kick Maloney out of government if you want the government to change. I think I get it now.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Like I say, in Italy, they normally survive 1 year, but this is the first time after like 25 years we get a government survive 1 year because the other parties lose trust in parliament. Yeah, that makes sense.
How long are your elections supposed to be apart? Like, if all goes well, how often are your elections actually supposed to be?
Yeah, actually, what? How long does Again. For 5 years is what government is supposed to stay for.
5 years? Honestly, that's not bad.
Oh, hey. Oh, shit. You played Victoria too, Alva. Oh, shit. We got a PDX chat in the chat.
Damn.
That's really fair, man. If you're into politics, yeah, Paradox games are necessary. Yeah.
It's pretty much like if you're into politics, you're almost guaranteed to be in Paradox games.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I played with the ship. Yeah, the ship update's very fun. I like play around with it.
I have not actually played it.
All right, you know what?
Excited.
I'm gonna show you how to play Vicky. Okay.
I was gonna buy it, but I just didn't get around to it.
Mm.
You know, money and stuff.
I tried to form Italy from start to Tuscany, but it's hard. Yeah, no, Italy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really like playing Italy or Prussia because, man, I hate unifying countries. I like playing countries that already start unified because it's easier to build the economy and whatever.
I think I played Italy one time properly, and
Yep.
I will be completely honest with you. I like playing Prussia because not for the unification case, I like Prussia, but God, Italy was a whole different can of worms.
Yeah, Italy's fun once you've united it, but oh man, it's so boring to actually unite the thing.
I mean, same with Prussia, honestly. Once you unite it, it's fun. Before then, it's kind of just a slog because you're kind of running off like half capacity until you unite, and then it's like, all right, now you just have to juice up production. You kind of go from like actual gameplay, and then once you unify, it's like, okay, now I've got so much legroom to work with. I'm just gonna like pump it all in together and just call it a day.
I can unify the Italy, but like when it's almost end game and after a couple of years I lose from bank broke. Yeah, you go. Okay, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You go bank.
So I never win, basically.
I get you, man. I understand completely.
Yeah, I think I'm feeling a bit of I'm feeling Russia.
Honestly, the last game I played was playing a Russia game, and it was actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
Russia is definitely I didn't play Russia before the update, so I'm not exactly sure how the situation currently is.
It just made it so that fucking with the Ottomans actually it's like geopolitical. It's not just like a journal entry thing. And now there is the ship update and add numbers and write in plus. So basic. I'm just confusion. Okay, I'm gonna walk you through it, Alva, because I think I understand the ship system a bit because I played the UK and I've played the Americans. So you play around with the Navy quite a bit.
Not kind of just construction before ships.
Yeah, basically, and like how you actually make the ships too also matters. I like it when it was more simple.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Tell me when you've got the lobby up and I'll
Lobby's up.
Join. Oh shit. Okay.
I play only Tuscany. This guy. This little fucking nation here.
I will be like 2 seconds. I'm just finishing this quick line that I'm doing.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep. Plug you in. Plug you in. Smelters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reinforced iron plates are like fully automated now.
Yeah.
As well, so we're chilling on that front.
No problem.
You plug you in. You plug you in. Plug you in. Right,
Yeah, because my goal was to create the best Italy start from my region, Tuscany. Yeah. You like it's not hard. It's obviously when you're a smaller country, your GDP, you got not that much to work with. So it's kind of hard to get the country off. Yeah.
That's like the one of the big issues I have with playing small countries is it's just so slow to get off the ground.
Yeah, it's like a good 30 years before you can actually play the game.
Yeah. But also in saying that, it's also not a bad
and have
thing,
a good start with
but it's
politics. We
also
could
just-
start with knowledge people. Yeah.
You snowball so fast, and when you use the bigger countries, it really feels like a
For
drag.
the most, I'm good for speedrun the bank broke. Yeah, once you like, if you want to get good at doing like small economies, a good nation to play is Belgium. Belgium's very good for like just doing small economy stuff, and New Granada. I find having fun playing these if I'm playing a small economy.
They are good. They're really good for playing small countries, like, especially Belgium. I've heard is just amazing.
Oh no, dude, it's so
Issue
easy to like
is-
do it. Yeah.
Issue I have is it's Belgium. I'd rather play the Dutch. Issue with the Dutch is they suck. 'Cause they
Yeah.
have no iron.
Mm-hmm.
And that's and obviously I don't know how to play the Dutch, like how to actually conquer Belgium without everyone just kicking you while you're.
The problem, I know
while
why
you're
my
already
GDP
down.
stopped to grow. I get so much debt. The problem is like you have to like, you have to spend money, so you have to be like in debt, but not so much where you get so into debt it kind of kills you. So one of the good laws to pass is laissez-faire capitalism, because it gives you a reduction in interest rate payments. So it's a really good way of like stabilizing your debt. So, like, for example, yeah, don't worry about it. It's whatever. We're just playing for fun. But like for example, with Russia, like you have to do a lot of debt spending in the early game, even though your laws are very bad, just to get your economy to get off the ground.
Well, I hear
Yeah,
Jordan's
I'm
phone in the
doing, but
background.
still
That's
losing
why
it.
like I'm hearing echo.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll teach you how to. I'm very good at this game, at least when it comes to economy stuff. We could walk through it together.
It's Tuesday today.
Also, I conquered it all Africa and make it puppets. Yeah, I don't know how you would have. I don't know how you would have gone broke if you had a lot of puppets in Africa, because they would have been giving you a lot of money. But maybe I don't know what your situation was.
Oh, actually, it's Tuesday.
With
tomorrow
like
as well.
I had all products but still lost it. Yeah, maybe your bureaucracy situation just wasn't good. That's why maybe you had a lot of tax waste. That might have been it.
Definitely possible. My game's loading. It might just take a sec. So I gotta load shaders because it's been
Oh yeah, no
so
problem.
long.
Tuscany style with good. Yeah, a lot of the northern Italian states. Like actually, if you want to, nah, I've already checked it. I've done an Italy run before. I've united Italy, but I united Italy at like 1890. So the game was like already over. One of the I know you're a Tuscan chud, but one of the good countries to play if you want to unify Italy with good laws is Sardinia, because it was historical. These guys unified Italy, Sardinia, Piedmont, and they have some
They're
really
good
good
player.
laws.
I used to like playing and forming it as two Sicilies. That's who I'd actually form them with.
Yeah, two Sicilies have very bad laws, but obviously they're the most pops and the biggest GDP. So if you want to do some stuff,
Yeah, also
for say
going from
the
bad
true
laws to
Sicily
modernizing
too.
is
Yeah,
pretty fun.
yeah. For me quickly, yeah. If you want to like just conquer everything, two Sicilies is the best one to do because you have 7 million pop, but your laws are very bad.
Mm.
Like they don't even have agrarianism. I think they start with traditionalism, if I remember correctly.
We turned down the damn audio. God damn, loud. Alright, is it
Yeah. Just lobbies up. It's the null password.
Yeah, I figured. Figured.
My goal is to. My goal is to win. Start from my region. Don't care. Yeah, no. Just if you keep trying, you'll get better. Practice makes a man perfect. You know. So what do you feel like playing, Regan?
Honestly, I don't know. It's been so long. I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah. You could play a pressure game. It's a bit annoying, but
Yeah, I could, but I can guarantee I'm gonna fuck it up, and I don't feel like playing pressure right now.
Fair enough. I think I did it
But
over
at the same
500
time,
runs,
I don't
but
know who
ruined
I
it.
would play. I actually don't know who I would play. It's Jesus.
If you want, I can play the Americans and you can play the Russians. If you don't mind.
I mean, we could do that.
Yeah, no problem. All right, I'll play the Americans then.
Can you still just
Play
like
Italy with Tuscany. I'd rather not.
so can you just like puppet Persia straight away?
You probably could. It's better to get them in your block and subjugate them to the block action. It's you,
Right.
you know, how about this, Albert? Since you're a loyal chatter now, whenever this chart is not free, I'll play a single player game and we'll do a Tuscany game together.
All right. Oh, I haven't. All right, I'm ready to like die.
There you go.
Yep, had it.
All right. I stream daily, so you know you can catch me whenever, and we can go through it together.
Wow, I start with a sizable navy. Actually, what the hell?
Yep.
Don't tell my grade. No, my game is lagging. What the fuck?
All right, make sure to state those things. Make sure Oklahoma's doing this. Let's grab all the fleets. Kill me.
Is there a reason why you're so laggy? Or am I just like, is it 'cause it just load the shaders all for the first time?
Might be that, yeah. Select project power here.
Alright. How
Tobacco,
do
services, coffee, luxury, furniture, and alcohol.
Oh my god, okay, this is way too laggy. I have no idea why it's so laggy. If I go into any menu, it just like lags.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, not sure.
I mean, Fergus had some performance issues, but I was like in late game. So, I don't know if yours would be that bad.
Dog.
Okay, iron mines, molds, better university, better transport, better whaling.
Well, don't make it weird. Don't make it weird.
Can you take off the chat? Do you want me to move the chat? Or do you want me to just take it off?
Find out why it's lagging.
Because I can probably move it to the right.
Good luck on your stream. I'm still watching in the background.
Yeah, I feel like I totally know why it's lagging, and there's not something I can fix today.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I can see if I can just, you know.
I can't see stuff. Here, what I'll
make
do,
it work,
I'll try to move my stuff.
I can guarantee I have an idea what might fix, what might help. You know.
There you go. I think that's better.
They added straights too, didn't they?
There you go. I think that's better, right?
Oh my god. Do I have any straights? I highly doubt I own any straights. Ooh.
I gotta subsidize. Where's railways?
Surprised between like Japan and Korea isn't a straight, but actually I guess it is kind of a big gap.
Yep. Don't I have railways already? I have to build them, yeah. Yep, better. Yep. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the ledger stuff is not fun.
I'm trying to figure out how I can, because I'm running like really laggy just opening menus right now.
Yeah, maybe if you unpause, it'll get better.
Maybe. Let me.
3, 4.
Guilds? They added guilds now? What the
Resources. But looking at iron. Some wood. And some tools. So yeah, Alba, one major thing you want to look at is this over here, productivity. Whenever you're building anything, you want to make sure your productivity is at least 10. That usually means it's a decently profitable building.
I don't know what it is, but I can guarantee you I'm not able to play Vicky.
You're not able to play Vicky today? Okay, you know what?
I was looking at the stream and it dropped to like 7 FPS.
Alright, you know what, Albert? We're playing Tuscany. I'm giving you what you want.
I mean, I have an idea why it's not running super duper well, because I was trying to play, you know, a very CPU intensive game while also technically running 2 streams at once. because I am, actually doing the dual streaming thing that's a feature now. So.
All right. Alba, I want you to congratulate my friend for having a dog shit PC and not be able to play Vicky, because this is happening because of that.
It's unfortunate. I can give it that.
Oh, you know what? Let's see. I'm gonna change my stream title then. Vicky playing. As
Oh well. That's gonna have to be something I sort out another time.
All right, copy that. Move my YouTube stream.
What? How good is your computer? Like, what stuff do you have?
Pretty good. Sound like dog shit. I'll tell you what graphics card I have. Just give me a second. I'm gonna change my stream titles.
Yeah.
So where was it? Let me explain how to start. I start to make ships and instead attack the Luca, make a puppet. So I make considering you broke your nation, we're gonna try it my way and see how it goes. How about that one? Us rivalry small German countries, yeah. I have a GeForce RTX 5060. That's my graphics card.
Damn. All right.
Yeah, I'm not broke, so yeah,
Mine's
maybe I explain once.
mine's like mine's a 3070 Ti. Mine's like a little out of date nowadays.
Yeah. Let's go back to OBS. All right. So Tuscany, Austrian. Okay, so we have some support from the Austrians. Let's improve relations with them, with France. Let's make a rivalry. Some of these German states here. Improve with Britain too, and with Spain.
What am I gonna do then?
For the Ottomans also. Let's see, take notes. Yeah, I'm really good at the economics of this game, but yeah, when it comes to other stuff, I'm a bit doo-doo. So you go in corporate, nothing change. What are our laws? That's tough. Petite bourgeoisie. I get the clergy in power. Religious schools. National Guard. Okay, guild system. That's not good. Propertied women. They wouldn't like that. That's gonna be tough.
Satisfactory, I think.
Man, Albert, your country was you were something back in the day. State religion. That's a big no-no. Let's see. What can I actually do? Probably get a dedicated police force.
I'm gonna probably. Yeah, I need to figure out why. I mean, to be fair, I'm probably.
Yeah, so.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, so like over here, this law here is not a good law to stay on because it'll keep the landowners in power. So you want to move to dedicated. So I'm trying to figure out whether I want to do dedicated. Landed voting might actually be good to get some electoral confidence. Yeah, but basically, like right now, what I'm looking at is I want to either change the policing law or the bureaucratic law.
If you stop games, let me know. But
yeah, no problem.
All right, see ya.
See ya. All right, Alba. This is where you get to come in. What should we do first? Should we change our bureaucracy law, or we should change the policing law? Police? Okay. No one wants to change it, so we'll keep it like that for now. What? Okay, you have iron. You already have a construction sector, okay. Make ceramics. Improve this. We don't have coal, I think. Yeah, we don't have coal, so there's no point in me doing that. We'll stay on this bureaucracy for now. Good hardwood production. Swap over to iron frame construction. Let's research no stock exchange first. Get that mappy impact. Also, I had another government who liked the law for increased success, but do your choice. Currently, I want to keep legitimacy so the radicals don't spike. It's like the big thing right now. Go to late after. Army, recruit general. Let's get the moderate in control of the army. And then navy, intelligentsia. Let's get him. Okay, now taxes. Wine, services, luxury clothes, transportation. I think for now that'll be good. Promote social mobility, road maintenance, and greener grass. I think that should be good. All right, let's see how much the economy tanks without actually building. Tooling. Build a steel mill too. Okay, so we're making some money. You can have Garibaldi in the army. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can invite him, can't you? Where is he? I only have Mazzani here. I think someone took Garibaldi. Bring late, yeah. We got Mazzani though. That's all that matters. Young Joseph. Give him popular radical. Yeah, so the budget's doing pretty good. Because we've got the right taxes in place. There you go. Our institutions aren't that bad. Already failed the first time. Let's go. Let's do a lively discussion. A lot of it failed. Let's go. We might not pass the. What are you building from the start? So I started building tooling, and I'm going to a steel mill so that when I get the tech for steel tools, I can immediately start building steel tools. Because we're making a decent in the budget, but not enough to where I could probably do other stuff. Probably want to actually. So yeah, remember what I told you? When you want to build a building, make sure you have at least 10 productivity, or at least near 10 productivity, because that means the building will be decently profitable. But isn't bad if you have the coal. Yeah, no, we don't have coal in Tuscany right now. But how it can work? Do we have a trade center? So we have a trade center right now, which allows us to import from the world market. So we don't really need coal right now. I'm just not using anything that needs coal. So I'm not trying to do too much. So GP's going up. What about paper? Do you have paper going? I can build the food industries. They're pretty profitable. Defamatory article. Yeah, we hate Serbians. Takes notes for the most I just asked. With the force to Africa, give me a call. Yeah, that's one way to do it. But yeah, like, you gotta build your economy locally and then like move on from that. In a diplomacy way. Italian national movement. Yep. You wanna boost that. So yeah, we're building a steel mill now. Do we need more iron? Yeah, one more iron mill. Maybe 2 lumber mills. I think something like that. And let's build some arms industries too. Just so whenever we go to war, like, it doesn't just skyrocket in price. Cut the red tape. Oh, what's our... Oh, there we go. Yeah, we need more taxes. Finish building a steel mill and then get build those bureaucracy buildings. How many employable peasants do we actually have in Tuscany? Decent amount. Not too many, but it's enough. Good vintage. So yeah, GDP stabilizing, which is a good thing. Get more loyalists, more advancement. So we should be able to pass the policing law, I think. Which would be good. There you go. Get a little bit of a deficit going. Build a paper mill so it's not as expensive. We might have to pass voting eventually just so we can have stuff going, but for the most I was resolved the problem like that. If they haven't had paper, I will make paper stuff. Yeah, you just want to solve your domestic market problem. So like you can see here, tools, paper are kind of our biggest thing. So I've already built a couple tools, and I'm building paper up now. So like, if you're playing a smaller country like this, really like the game is just like about waiting. Luca. Probably is, but I was already. There you go. Also, that's another thing too. The first tech you should have researched whenever you're playing Tuscany is this, because it gives you 10% mappy, which makes everything so like I immediately got a surplus just from passing this one technology. Oh, let me go die workshop immediately so I can actually get another tech going. Mechanical tools, get railways, and then rush into these techs. So I can probably actually. No, that's not good. Better die workshops. Yeah, for the most, I was doing all the tier 1 policies, yeah. No, don't have enough sugar. Wrought iron tools, that should be pretty good for the market. There you go, better artillery. Upgrade all units. Actually, what I'll do that. Big up the police. What I really want to do now is this. So I'm gonna try this. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, easy. Boom. There you go. Alright, this law's gonna pass, that means. We got lucky. Let's boost some more policing law. Get it up there. Let's build up to 10 battalions so we can at least put up some defense. This might be too much, but I'm gonna see if we can have another construction sector going. Oh, the deficit's not that bad. We can deal with that. I'd rather take a deficit. Oh, that's big. Okay, that's a lot. What's happening? Alright, I'm gonna cancel that. That was too much. Now, I always change the supremacy of races because I already conquered South African places, and I would do it for like property terrain chilling after change the politics you are doing. This is how I made. Okay. Calamity. We want to set up funds for this. Okay, I'm gonna pay you guys some dinner. All right. You think about ways how we can crash the economy. All right, we're gonna watch a video because I want to eat my dinner in peace, and after dinner we'll continue Vicky. I'll take my break, cause yeah. So you go eat, I go eat. I'll watch this video in the meantime.
Road stops fuel, food, supplies, and soldiers from getting into Crimea. None of this is random. It's all part of an extremely well-coordinated campaign to cut Crimea off from every territory that allows Russia to sustain its presence on the peninsula. As United 24 media puts it, Ukraine's strikes have caused constant disruption to Russia's Crimean supply lines, in a campaign that seems to have been designed to starve out the Russians occupying the peninsula. But what if there's more to it than that? What if Ukraine isn't just looking to isolate, but is preparing an amphibious landing, just as Russia fears?
But it is what are more scary to us because next week, yeah, the Ukraine war is definitely more important for you guys in Europe, but it's important for all democracies. Like, we shouldn't just let Russia do whatever the fuck it wants. Like, if you criticize Israel in its war that it's doing, you should be criticizing what Russia's doing because it's the same thing.
That would explain the.
It also hurts the world economy too. Like, this was like the original Iran war. Okay. So yeah.
Defenses, but there's still the difficult topic of how Ukraine would pull off something like this. In a moment, we're going to explore more of Pletenchuk's comments and what Ukraine might have planned. But before we do, this is a reminder that you're watching The Military Show. If you're enjoying this video, then remember to subscribe so you can see more from our channel. So, an amphibious landing. What would happen if Ukraine attempted its own D-Day in Crimea? We have seen just the smallest hints of what Ukraine might plan in the past. Back in August 2023, Ukrainian forces carried out what they dubbed a special operation on the Crimean Peninsula. That operation involved Ukrainian military intelligence, which landed a small contingent of forces in Crimea, using waterborne vessels that landed near.
What do you think about the Ukraine and Russia war? I'm a proud Ukraine supporter. I think every drone that's sent to Moscow is a service done for humanity. Like, Putin can stop this war. He has the full ability to just say, you know what, I'm out of here. All right? I love Zelensky. I love the Ukrainian people. I love what they're doing. Slava Ukraina.
Settlements of Mayak and Olenivka. The operation saw Ukraine soldiers engage in combat, causing at least 30 Russian casualties and damaging 4 Russian high-speed boats before the operatives left the peninsula. At the time, the operation was significant because it demonstrated that Ukraine was capable of landing soldiers on Crimea. But now, it might be a blueprint. Still, this was a very small operation. It shows us that Ukraine can sneak soldiers into Crimea under the cover of darkness, cause some casualties, then get out.
Basically help because, of course, our interest to American have it Russian next to Europe. I think it's in America's interest to also help Europe. Like, Biden did this. He helped Ukraine as much as he could. I just think that Trump is an idiot and he doesn't actually understand geopolitics. Like, Europe and America need to be one. All right? That's how we're going to combat people like China and Russia. If the West isn't united, it's going to be bad for all of us.
The plan is to gradually send soldiers in to infiltrate, then this might be a workable strategy. However, the Russian force stationed in Crimea would likely overwhelm such groups if they stick around for too long. The Crimean Peninsula is about 26,500 square kilometers, which is a fair amount of ground to cover. It's more than 5.5 times the 4,700 square kilometers of Ukraine that the BBC reports Russia stole from Ukraine in 2025, for instance. It's also difficult to determine how many soldiers Russia has stationed in Crimea, with the most recent estimates coming from before Putin launched his invasion. Back in July 2020, UKR-Inform reported that Russia had 32,500 soldiers on the peninsula, with 11,500 composing a land force.
Unfortunately, Europe is between two fires, because like American want Europe enough strong for defense alone, but not enough strong for a problem for American, who's also America's depend on Europe, and we have Russia want conquest. The problem is that America and Europe are aligned. Like NATO has existed for such a long time to combat the Russian aggression. It just sucks that in a time of crisis like this, what's happening in Ukraine, the Americans just had to elect the one guy who knows nothing about geopolitics. Like any sane politician understands that Europe and America need to be strong to oppose the authoritarian regimes of China and Russia. Like, we need to stand together in this fight because we share the same enemies.
That may be higher now, or given Crimea's role as a logistical node that funnels troops into occupied Ukraine.
And we have Russia want conquest. Yeah, and no, Russia definitely has, like, for example, Orban was basically like a Russian puppet. It's good, I think, what Europe is doing so far. It's staying nice and united and strong, because it needs to be. I hope to God these midterms in the U.S. the Democrats sweep, because it'll show the average American does not like what this president's doing, and that means the next presidential election we're gonna finally get someone who's like got a brain on their head.
It could even be lower. Still, that's a lot of soldiers for small groups landing by sea to take on. A larger landing would be needed for Ukraine to liberate Crimea from Russia completely. None of this means that Ukraine wouldn't use small special operations groups like the one we saw in 2023. Those types of groups could be deployed along the Crimean coast to destroy defenses and create fortifications to prepare for larger groups, but they wouldn't be able to take Crimea alone. And
for say the true Europe still buy gas. Yeah, I think Germany was very dependent on Russian gas for the longest time. They're decoupling now, but it takes time. You know, you can't just swap energy markets like that. But no, like, yeah, integration in Russia is not possible unless that regime actually decides to be civil and decides that it should like also participate in, you know, world politics. There's no point hoping that the Russian state will be sane. What is this? Is possible for having dependent. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, I think France started talking to Algeria about getting Algerian gas into Europe, and also like now it sucks that, you know, that what the U.S. did to Venezuela, but that Venezuelan oil is now going to go to the American refineries, and those refineries are going to send oil to Europe. So there is definitely a way, especially I think Azerbaijan is another source too of energy. So that's why the West, when that war broke out in Karabakh, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, why France especially supported Azerbaijan, even though they were doing kind of some shitty stuff. It's because there's a lot of good gas fields and oil in Baku. So yeah, Europe has a lot of alternatives when it comes to this kind of stuff. Yeah. like Italy have a huge dependence on gas. Use gas, go energy to. So basically, without gas, Italy's cooked. Yeah, but like energy is like a long term thing. You can't just swap like that. Like it takes time. So as I said, Europe trying to find markets in North Africa or in the Caucasus. And obviously US is very energy independent, so they can actually export a lot of oil to you guys, especially once the Venezuela oil starts getting refined. So you guys aren't like remember, like Russia's more fucked if you guys don't buy their energy than the other way around. Like there are other markets you guys can find. Russian oil and gas isn't like the only oil and gas in the world.
Pletenchuk notes that himself. He says that any D-Day-like landing on Crimea would have to be carried out as part of a much larger and more complex offensive action that likely also focuses on liberating large portions of the southern occupied regions that link to Crimea. We mentioned D-Day a few times already. That's because Pletenchuk made the direct comparison himself when talking about an amphibious landing on Crimea. So perhaps we could look to D-Day to give us some insight into what Ukraine would have to pull off to make this type of landing possible. Specifically, Pletenchuk brings up the storming of Omaha Beach and uses it as an example of the sorts of defenses that Ukraine would face. Mines in the water and across the coast that Ukraine uses for a landing would have to be navigated, as would ground defenses designed to slow soldiers down, such as barbed wire and trenches. Machine gun nests and bunkers would also be firing on Ukraine's soldiers at all times. Plus, Ukraine attacking from the sea means it's unlikely to have much in the way of air defenses, allowing Russia's forces to bring in air support. Sticking with Omaha Beach, the National World War II Museum
The Europe have a plan for be dependent. I'm gonna say independent. Yes, I think since well the problem. Yeah, no, it means sacrifice. But remember, like Germany's already started pulling away from Russian gas, and their economy is doing fine. Like this is the problem. European policymakers made the wrong decision. They thought that they could, if they acted friendly with Russia and did economic integration, Russia would act normally. But they don't. They have the same ambitions that they did from the Russian Empire to the Soviet Union. They want to have European domination. So it is a problem that they had a connection with Russian energy sources, but they are starting to move away from it and go to other things. Like for example, you would have probably experienced in when the Ukraine war started in 2023, you guys in Europe would not have had energy to like heat your homes and had a massive energy problems. But I'm pretty sure like now stuff is starting to stabilize again. The problem, Germans stopped nuclear. Yeah, that's stupid. Like nuclear is the future for Europe. Yeah, no, definitely, I agree with you. But the French, they're on their nuclear game. I know like your guys' common European energy grid you have in the European Union, like France, does a lot of energy exporting to you guys. So you've got that.
says that around 160,000 Allied troops were involved in the D-Day landings, and that 34,000 Americans landed on Omaha. The entire operation cost the Allies more than 10,300 casualties, 2,400 of which were experienced on Omaha Beach. But here's the really important detail. The Allies used 7,000 naval vessels, including around 4,000 landing craft in the D-Day landings, along with 12,000 aircraft providing support. If storming Crimea is supposed to look anything like that, then Ukraine has a problem. Ukraine barely has a navy to speak of. Global Firepower, which ranks 145 militaries around the world, using a special index that assesses everything from manpower to available assets, says that Ukraine's navy consists of 169 ships, the vast majority of which are patrol.
We have 760 million people in Europe, and in comparison to America, 330 million. Yeah, you are. But the Americans are energy independent. With fracking, they've been able to actually increase their oil production, and their generators are quite efficient. And obviously with Europe, it's not just that you're 760 million people. You're 760 million people in different countries. So like France has a good energy policy when it comes to nuclear, but Germany doesn't. Neither does Italy, really. So the problem with like European Union, as I said, is like it's not a centralized thing. It's a federated structure. So you guys have to come with like a more unified policy plan when it comes to energy. But as I said, France has been leading a lot of good discussions when it comes to reaching out to Azerbaijan or Algeria when it comes to getting gas into Europe.
Vessels. The same outlet says that Ukraine has 347 aerial.
Yeah, I would say we need it more because we have more. Yeah, no, definitely. But it's what I mean. Like America and Europe are just natural allies. It's just so stupid that the current president's just a fucking retard.
Assets. So the level of air support seen during D-Day wouldn't be available to Ukraine if it launches an amphibious invasion against occupied Crimea. So the idea is out, right? Not necessarily. 2026 is a long way removed from 1944, and that means that Ukraine has opportunities to carry out its attempted landings in a way that's very different than what we saw at Omaha Beach. First things first, Ukraine does have to get boots on the ground. Pletenchuk himself says as much as he points out that it's impossible to liberate Crimea without getting soldiers to the peninsula and keeping them there. However, the thing about D-Day is that it was the largest amphibious landing ever conceived, meaning that much more than Omaha Beach was involved. The Allies stormed 5 different beaches as they worked to create a through line from the sea and deeper into France. Ukraine doesn't have to do that, and it's also looking to retake a peninsula that is far smaller than France. That plays in Ukraine's favor. If the older reports about Russia having about 32,500 soldiers stationed in Crimea holds up, that's another benefit for Ukraine. It means that Ukraine doesn't have to dedicate as massive a force as was required for D-Day. Plus, Ukraine's strategy of isolating Crimea means that the soldiers stationed there are being cut off from supplies, and Russia is going to struggle to move reserves into the peninsula if Ukraine launches an attack. However, the biggest weapon that Ukraine has for this type of landing are those that don't require soldiers operating them at all: drones. They change the game. That air support during Ukraine's D-Day could come from drones in their thousands rather than aircraft. Imagine constant waves of middle strike drones hitting bunkers and machine gun posts. Flamingo drone missile hybrids smashing into defenses. All of this ahead of the Ukrainian soldiers who are landing and attempting to advance. Ukraine could even coordinate wave after wave of drones ahead of a landing attempt, shattering Russian defenses before any soldiers touch the beaches. Ukraine has the drones to do it too. According to the New York Times, Ukraine is now at the point where it can launch around 5,000 medium and long-range drones per month. Focusing that firepower on the defenses that Russia is attempting to erect on the Crimean coast could go a long way towards supporting a landing.
The problem, like Italy, is so dependent to America. So if Europe once separated to America and you'd sacrifice, like for example, Italy, because it's our first client and buy many stuff, but this is full of Italy. No, not necessarily. Remember, when we think about America, you need to understand the America you're looking at right now is nothing to do with what the Americans feel like their foreign policy should be. Like, I need you to understand, in history, there are a lot of times where if you like replaced one guy, nothing would really change. History would keep marching. This is one of the few times in history where you could genuinely say this one guy fucked everything. So trust me, once Trump is out of power, geopolitics will go back to normal again when it comes to the West and like Europe and America being friends again. When the other country starts to think without being dependent on Italy. Yeah, like I'm just telling you, like what's currently going on with America has nothing to do with their geopolitical aims. Yeah, but like 20 years ago, we was already talking about to be separated to America. Yeah, but like, what's funny actually, you Europeans, you guys actually export more to America. Like net Europe exports to America more than it imports from America. It's just America is a big customer, but like you guys export more, so you actually lose out business if you stop your trade partnership with America. Because in Europe they already know something will change. Yeah. But yeah, like it's just so stupid. The Americans and Europe really need to be like united against Russia. It's just such a stupid thing that's happening right now.
Speaking of an amphibious landing, it's true that Ukraine doesn't have anywhere near the number of landing vessels needed to make something like Omaha Beach possible. But what it does have is maritime drones. And those drones could serve the crucial roles of launching kamikaze attacks against any warships that Russia tries to use to stop Ukraine's assault. They could even function in a similar way to take...
Well, in Europe, they already know it's something will change. Yeah, but like I already was doing new contract and new plan for make the same economy with America. I need to understand, if Europe does actually cut trade ties with America, it's going to be significantly worse for you. Like there's no other country that can absorb the products you guys sell than the Americans. Like I'm sorry, the African markets cannot take up those products. and China would not accept your exports. China wants to export to you. They want to use you as like a colonial market they can just shove all their subsidized industry into. Like maybe you do a contract from like many countries. You could, but I'm telling you, brother, like the consumer power the average American has, it cannot be beat. And like America isn't Russia. It's not like the average, because like some people say that, oh, it's just Putin. No, the average Russian is also a mongoloid. Like they believe in this. It's only now that they're finally being struck that they feel sad about the war. Yeah, the plan was to, yeah, I'm telling you, like China does not want to buy shit from you. They want to sell stuff for you. It's not going to be an equal partnership. It's the reason why Macron is like actively spoken out against China when it comes to their trade deals and how they do car manufacturing. Japan, like I say, I think almost 75% of the country can be survived without America. You could think that. That's just not the case. Like, America is not just the largest economy for no reason. It is a very strong importer. So if you want to lose half your businesses, because half your businesses do export, and those exports do go to America, in Europe, yeah, like the Europeans won't die, obviously. Like, they're not going to just disappear off the face of the planet, but, like, Europe will lose a very big strategic economic partner if they cut ties with America because of Trump. Like, there's no, like, in the United States, the policy in Europe, for Europe, hasn't changed. Like, they still view Europe as a partner, as an ally, and as someone they can be close to. It's just that this current administration, like this current president in America, is just blatantly stupid. All right, I'm gonna put my stuff in the dishwasher. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. I saw a video was explaining how Europe could have many contracts, and the Americans was a little part because the Europe, the global economy. I mean, they contract with like almost the world, more of America, and I'm guessing. You know, how about this? The reason why is the euro is second option to the because the dollar is a reserve currency, but remember the reason why. So I'm a big, not only am I into politics, like I'm very big into economics. The US dollar is strong because the US average citizen in the US imports a lot. When your currency is strong, that means your power to import is stronger. When your currency is weak, your exports are better. So, for example, too, because the euro is weak to the dollar, it is better for Europeans to actually export to the United States because of the weakness of their currency in comparison to the dollar. So, American-Europe trade. I know, but this system work on trust of dollar. Well, yeah, all currency systems would, but like we have to start somewhere, you know. Like currency hasn't disappeared ever since it was made. So like the reason why the US dollar is the reserve currency is because they are the biggest economy. They actually have the military to back up their economy that doesn't just get nuked randomly. And also, like, as much as like people talk about the American economy, it is very good. Like, their workers are productive. It's a large economy. So like for example, Biden passed like a single bill that was like $4 trillion worth of investments in infrastructure. So it's like a very big economy, and it's like very centralized for its size. Like, even though Europe is like 730 million people, it's not like all 730 million of you work in one economy. You have all these individual small economies, and then they kind of do their own thing. So we'll watch this video because I remember I watched this when it came out, but it basically explains like why Europe is in a bit of a. This is when Trump was doing a lot of those tariff threats against your country. I'm not with the same opinion about American economy because it's strong, but at the same time have huge weak points from America. Well, all economies have weak points, but like you have to understand, America's not China. So like for example, like the IMF can come in and the WEF can come in to like give reports, like their job reports until this presidency were very accurate. Their economic reports were very accurate. Like they have their problems, but the reason why they can take on so much debt and do so much stuff is just because how large their economy is and how much scale it has. That's like the big thing. Like we could look at the numbers. Like the numbers are pretty good. Like I'm sorry, but like the average citizen in like Mississippi earns more than some average Europeans. Now, obviously, you could say that like social welfare and standards of living are different, but like the average American work is very productive. And that's just like a fact. Like the capital they have to work with is very efficient.
8 European countries, including the United Kingdom, Denmark, France and Germany, say US President Donald Trump's tariff threats undermine transatlantic relations and risk a dangerous downward spiral. It's part of the US President's push to annex Greenland, which is currently an autonomous territory of Denmark. Many EU nations are vowing to stand firm against those threats and considering retaliatory action. Economics professor Richard Holden says Europe stands to lose more than the United States if both sides implement tariffs.
You know, it would hurt the US a little bit, but the US is the one country in the world that it can't be totally self-sufficient, but can be closer to it than any other country in the world. You know, Europe's not like that in terms of a whole lot of services, including cloud computing, certain goods in the sort of digital and personal consumer and business electronics area. They rely very heavily on the US. So a trade war or you know, almost a sort of halting of trade between the US and Europe, I think would hurt Europe quite a lot more than it would hurt the US.
So can you see the EU pulling this trigger?
I can see them kind of doing something. They might pull the trigger and then take some kind of measures. Right now, they seem to be wanting to de-escalate, and that seems very sensible and prudent to me. To be honest, a 10% tariff is...
So, like, remember, this is pretty old stuff. It's like 5 months ago when Trump was doing all those Greenland threats. This deal, when Trump put tariffs in the European Union, the reason why the European Union capitulated and decided, you know what, fuck it, just give us the tariffs, it's because the Europeans... You guys have a lot to lose in market-wise. Is news from America because I don't... No, this is Australian. So this is pretty, like... They don't give a fuck about both of you. But yeah, like, the reason... Remember, like, you can say what you want, but actions mean more than words. The European leaders backed down on the American tariffs. They just accepted them because they know they have much more to lose if they lose the American market than fighting some sort of, like, ideological war tariff-wise. Like this, like actions speak louder than words.
It's not that big of a deal. It's not good. It's a bad idea. It does, you know, act as essentially a sales tax and hurts consumers, puts upward pressure on prices. But it's just not that big of a deal. It's on top of the 15% that's already in place from Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariffs. I think they'll try and de-escalate. I think the really interesting question is, what does President Trump do next? Does he, if he doesn't get what he wants, which it looks like he won't in the first instance, does he, you know, turn...
Yeah, of course. I don't say the best Europe. Yeah, but like, what we can do after this video, I'll show you a couple numbers, and then like that should give you kind of some context about what I'm saying.
10 into 25, we've seen him do things with China.
Like I said, I think Europe have a huge possibility. Yeah, no, definitely, Europe has a lot of possibilities. But like, the reason why America is and probably will continue to be better than Europe is just for the simple fact that they're unified. It's one unified economy and people going together, and that's not possible in Europe because you guys are just completely different. Like a German will never accept like an Italian running anything in his country, or a Frenchman will never accept a Bosnian running anything in his country. You guys are like, fundamentally, it's going to be very hard for you to ever like close that gap.
China, like, okay, I'm going to go for
Right, so
100 or 125 or 150. Does he do something that essentially halts trade between the US and Europe? That would be a dramatic escalation.
So do you think Trump is overplaying his hand?
I mean, I think as has widely been commented on, if he really wants to have an increased military presence in Greenland, there's existing treaties and there's existing statements from Denmark and Greenland that they're perfectly willing to do that. He seems to put a lot of weight on ownership per se, and he gave an interview to the New York Times about that, making it very clear that that's what he wanted. So I think with President Trump, it's very, very unpredictable, and I don't think a 10% tariff is going to get him what he wants, but he's shown.
By the way, yeah, like I say, Europe is a huge competitive to other countries. Yeah, you guys are pretty, like, don't get me wrong, you have a very developed market and you guys have good economies, but like I cannot like exaggerate to you how much stronger the US like consumer demand is in comparison to the average European. Like, for example, if all countries say about something yes, but only one will say no, that doesn't mean change the law. No, for example, this is pretty. No, I mean inside Europe. Yeah. No, like what I'm trying to say is, like, for example, I think there was a law supposed to be passed that the Germans and the French wanted to pass, which basically stopped the Chinese from buying up some of your ports and your key infrastructure. But like the Portuguese and the Greeks just continued to say no because they were like basically bought out by the Chinese, because the Chinese paid off the Portuguese debt, and they bought Piraeus, the harbor the Greeks had, and brought them out of debt.
Unwillingness to do things much more dramatic than that. So I'm not sure that I'd say he's overplaying his hand. I think the concern is that he plays a much stronger hand and what damage that might do to NATO.
Professor Holden, this all comes with the World Economic Forum in Davos getting underway, with Trump set to attend there. What do you expect?
Hey, back. Hey, people. What's going on? Then when I gotta go. Okay, man, see ya. Yeah, the problem is keep united when there are so many countries dependent with different countries. Remember, like, when we talk about trade, it's not like an extractive thing. So, like, if you have a trade with the country and you're a lot of trade with the country, you can say it's a problem strategically, but it means economically for the people, it's a very good thing. And remember what I said, like, this current US president does not fall in line with the US policy to Europe. Like, Europe and the US not only are natural allies, they are actual allies. So, like, once this president leaves, trust me, brother, like, everything's gonna go back to normal. Yeah, there'll be some, like, problems and some complaints, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, no, like, trust me, I understand where you're coming from, but, like, Europe and America need to stand together, because, like, the Chinese and the Russians, bro, like, that's some stupid shit. Like, the Chinese are eyeing up Taiwan, and the Russians are doing their retarded shit in Ukraine. Like, I don't want that kind of world.
From that, and what are you keeping your eye out for there?
I think it'll be interesting to see the sort of tone that he takes. President Trump seems to like to be unpredictable. You know, sometimes he can be quite conciliatory, and other times incredibly hostile. I think it'll be very interesting to see the sort of tone.
Yeah, I understand the 50% of what we are talking about because of the language. Yeah, no, fair enough. As long as we kind of understand each other, that's all that matters.
That he takes and how much he's in a sort of an aggressive mode of scolding people, and how much he's trying to sort of cut deals. So I'd be looking out for, you know, do we see President Trump the deal maker, or do we see President Trump the bully at Davos?
Richard Holden, Professor of Economics at the University of New...
Yeah, so I wanted to show you this statistic. So let me bring up my thing here. So basically, I say yes, and you say no, but I don't know why. Basically, I know it. You better meet a Victoria 3. Yeah, so I'll show you this number, and then we'll get back to Vicky. So if you look over here, right, the U.S. good trade with the European Union totaled an estimated of $1 trillion. So the Europeans, you guys sold $1 trillion of goods to the Americans. The Americans only sold you 414 billion. That means Europe made like 600 billion with the trade of with the US. Like if you cut ties with the US or significantly get your trade down, you lose out on $600 billion as a continent. So basically, what this report says is that Europe sold $1 trillion of goods. So you sold $1 trillion of stuff to America. America only sold you guys $414 billion of stuff. That means Europe basically made $600 billion. No other country can do that. Like, support that. No matter how many deals you make, you're not going to make that level of a trade surplus. Here's good trade. So now if you look here, unless I'm stupid, so U.S. good trade with European Union total to an estimate of $1 trillion. U.S. goods exports. Oh, my bad. Oh no, you're right. You're right. But even then, like, look at this. So the European Union. Yeah, here you go. Sorry, my bad. 0 billion. Give me a second. I'm gonna read this and then I'm gonna get back to you. Wait. Okay, so the U.S. goods trade with the European Union totaled an estimate of $1 trillion. U.S. good export to the European Union in 2025 were 414 billion, up by 12%. The U.S. good imports in the European Union totaled $633 billion in 2025. The U.S. goods trade deficit was... Oh, okay, here we go. Sorry, my bad. But even regardless, $218 billion. There's not a single country in the world. You could get as many countries as you want. No country would agree to a deal that left them $220 billion down the hole in trade. Thanks for the call out, by the way, is pro player. My room's a bit dark, so it's a bit like it's hurting my eyes to look at some of this. Okay, got it. Maybe the video I was yeah, no, like it definitely, like what you might have saw is that there was a specific industry that didn't really get any damage with the trade with the US. But like when you're looking at export markets, yeah, no, like no country can replace the US for Europe. It's just not possible. Like no country would ever take a trade deal that bad in a debt situation. Yeah, if you can find the video you were talking about, you can link it in chat, and we'll look through it together. Maybe see. Yeah, see if you can find it.
Take out Russian naval mines, opening up gaps for Ukraine's few patrol boats and landing vessels to get troops onto the Crimean beaches. Again, Ukraine has been working on the technology. The Toloka underwater drone has been developed in Ukraine and could either work on getting rid of Russia's mines or pointing kamikaze drones in the right direction. Ukraine has also developed a drone called the Sea Trident, which carries a 1,000-kilogram warhead that can sink large ships or shatter coastal infrastructure, RBC Ukraine reports. What we're seeing here is that Ukraine's version of D-Day would be very different from what happened in 1944. Ukraine may be able to set up for landing soldiers by using drones to destroy Russia's coastal defenses long before those soldiers land on the beaches. Of course, drones can't do all of the work. But the more that they destroy, especially if Crimea is isolated, the weaker the Russian defense against the landing that can't be conducted at the same scale as the one on Omaha Beach. Perhaps using drones, the sort of small-scale landings we saw in 2023, might be enough for Ukraine to establish a through line deeper into Crimea. Having said that, this is admittedly an optimistic view of how Ukraine could launch an amphibious assault against Crimea. This is an operation that will be fraught with challenges, and that can't be ignored. Rand points out that Crimea has about 750 kilometers of shoreline that Russia can fortify. While this large coast provides ample opportunities for Ukraine to bring soldiers into the fight, it's also difficult to cover when Ukraine has limited access to landing ships and air power. The likelihood is that Ukraine would attempt to combine an amphibious assault with an attack via land, but that is also an approach that is fraught with risk. Rand points out that Crimea is connected to mainland Ukraine by a single strip of land that is only a few kilometers wide and is likely to be very well fortified by Russia. Now, Ukraine could consider a two-front attack, especially if it continues its isolation campaign against Crimea. Yes, the approach would be damaging. Ukraine would likely lose thousands of soldiers in the process. But if Russia can't resupply or get reserves...
I'm pretty sure... didn't Ukraine bomb the Kerch Bridge? Or did the Russians repair that? I forget. It's been a while since I've looked at the Crimea stuff.
...into Crimea, it will become a battle of attrition that Ukraine could potentially win. And with Ukraine reportedly increasing its drone production up to 7 million annually in 2026, the drone-heavy approach we discussed for the Crimean coast could be applied to the small strip of land Ukraine's ground troops would have to navigate to get into Crimea. Ukraine also appears to be close to pushing Russia out of the Kimburn Spit, which is a small piece of land in the Mykolaiv Oblast that juts into the Black Sea and lies west of Crimea. When Russia took that spit, it used the land to launch drones into Ukraine. Retaking the Kimburn Spit could allow Ukraine to do the same against Crimea, further weakening Russia's isolated...
I'll come back. Maybe I found it a second. Okay, yeah, I'll wait.
Crimean defenses. Still, there's no denying a simple fact. An amphibious assault or a combined amphibious and ground assault against Crimea will put thousands of Ukrainian troops in the Russian firing line. It would also require Ukraine to place most of its focus on the assault, which could lead to weaknesses elsewhere, such as in the Donbass region that Putin is trying to take in Russia's spring and summer offensive. We're not saying that retaking Crimea in the way that Russia worries Ukraine might isn't possible. It just might not be prudent, especially when Ukraine can follow a different strategy. That campaign of isolation that could set up for an amphibious landing could instead serve as a sort of blockade against Crimea. Ukraine has already battered the Black Sea fleet so badly that it's been forced to withdraw from its Crimean base, and the attacks on logistical arteries are cutting off fuel and supplies to the point where we're seeing shortages of both already arising on the peninsula. Ukraine has already turned Crimea into an island, as Fedorov claims, and it's an island that is surrounded by war. Maybe the best strategy is to keep doing what it's doing, hitting Crimea and the surrounding regions from afar, with the goal being to make life on the peninsula so hellish for the Russian occupiers that they want to leave. Forcing withdrawal could be the best method that Ukraine has, and it's something that Ukraine clearly has in mind. There has to be a reason why Ukraine hasn't destroyed the Kerch Bridge linking Crimea to Russia, and it's likely to ensure that Russia's soldiers and people have an escape route available from Crimea. Whatever approach Ukraine takes, Russia is clearly worried. It wouldn't be shoring up its coastal defenses if it didn't think an amphibious assault was at least possible. But for Ukraine, such an assault comes with risk, however mitigated that risk might be when drones enter the equation. So perhaps it's a case of waiting Russia out, keep Crimea isolated, make holding the peninsula untenable, and then conduct a landing that looks less like D-Day and more like a triumphant military arriving to claim what it's already won. Only time will tell what Ukraine does next. For now, Ukraine will happily keep Russia guessing and panicking in Crimea. The Kinburn Spit could well be the key to retaking Crimea. We mentioned earlier that Russian forces are withdrawing from that scrap of land, and we dug deeper.
The old Uno reverse card might be being activated again. It was only a couple of weeks ago that we were discussing why Belarus...
No, it wasn't the video. I was talking about how Italy can separate America. Still searching. Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Belarus had not joined the Ukraine war as an active participant, despite its long-held Union state status with Russia, and despite a much more far-flung ally having joined the fray. But now we have Zelensky openly threatening ally having joined the...
Man, you know what? Isn't there anything as proletariat as toasting a dictator with some wine? I love Kim Jong-un. He's my favorite dictator.
fray. But now we have Zelensky openly threatening to strike Belarus should Ukraine's demands not be met. It is the latest development as the wave of optimism continues to permeate the West. However, will this ultimately be tough but meaningless talk, or will Ukraine's threats actually start to go somewhere? Well, today, let's try to get to the bottom of this. We will begin with a brief overview of Belarus's role in the war so far, with an emphasis on Ukraine's current security concern. Then we will look at the threat that Ukraine has issued, whether it is your standard meaningless cheap talk, or if something might come out of it. Lastly, we will zoom in on what exactly Ukraine's menu of...
Nope, can't find it. Never mind. By the way, who care about without America? Europe can defend, so who cares? True. Yeah, but like as I was saying, like my main point was that like America's just such a big market, you can't throw that away, especially for like someone like Donald Trump. Like again, as I said, once his president is out, I cannot tell you how much stuff is going to go back to normal. Like nothing like this. Whatever's happening right now is just so not what's supposed to happen.
Options looks like, and the risks and rewards that come with each. But let's start with Belarus's role in the war thus far. And the best description there is not much. Minsk's most critical role was to act as a staging ground for the February 2022 invasion. That very narrow part worked to perfection.
I'm also curious, guys. How far are we into the special operation? 3 days? 4 days? How many days has it been since Putin launched a special operation in Ukraine?
Russia's actual execution of the invasion did not, though, which is why we are still talking about this more than 4 years later. Certainly, the Kremlin has sought active support from Belarus, but Lukashenko has resisted those calls. Anyone on the outside can observe that the war has been a strategic defeat for Russia, so voluntarily joining the fight would be silly. Never mind that there is decent internal resistance to the Lukashenko government, and the last time that things boiled over, the specter of a Russian intervention discouraged outright rebellion. And there is no guarantee that the Kremlin could offer such support today. That leaves Belarus to offer passive support, which has very much continued beyond the initial staging grounds. To begin, there are reports every now and then of Russia flying drones directly over Belarus to strike Ukraine. You can see that the geography here would make this attractive just from a distance perspective. But there is also a strategic defensive component. Ukraine exerts so much effort to install anti-drone defenses in the east that cheating through Belarus looks like a smart idea. That connects to a second component of passive Belarusian support, which is much better documented. Russia will fly drones along the Belarus-Ukraine border, again as a means to reduce Ukraine's ability to fire air defenses at those targets. But perhaps the most pervasive support role Belarus plays is to provide navigation and fire correction.
I think the plan of Russia is to reduce the global problem of overpopulation. That's why they send it. You know what? You might have a point, Alva. You might have a point. You know what? You know what? I'm a Putin supporter now. You know what? You've convinced me.
Russia can place a bunch of relay stations inside of Belarus. Those stations can then talk to Russian drones as they fly into and around Ukraine, extending communication ranges closer to their final targets. They can also assist Russian drones that get jammed and fly into Belarus to regain their bearings and head back to Ukraine. Outside of the military sphere, Belarus has assisted Russia with oil refining, both gasoline for the Russian domestic market and diesel for the Russian war machine. Circa 2022, this sentence would have seemed silly. But with Ukraine's never-ending strikes on Russian oil refineries, it is now a fact of life. Russia needs help filling demand on both sides of the civil-military divide, and Belarus is one of the few countries that can easily step into that role. One final note on what Ukraine is not so worried about, a repeat of the February 2022 invasion path. Sure, it may one day be possible that Russia tries this again, but the Kremlin would first need to amass men and materiel to the location, in quantities that would be apparent to everyone. And even if Russia tries to do something sneaky, there are so many people in the area that could turn into an overnight militia that the strategy would not be effective anyway. Thus, there is a bunch of areas that Belarus is helping Russia with, but trying to keep Ukraine honest about another front is barely a blip on the radar. That takes us to the end of last week, when Zelensky issued an ultimatum to Belarus. Kick out Russia, or watch Ukraine do it on Belarus's behalf, effectively dismissing Lukashenko's notion that Belarus is not in the war. Given everything else going on in the world right now, though, you might not have had time to reflect on it, especially if you primarily consume left-of-center news publications. Left focus of today that certain scanning the QR code on your screen. You can take a fantastic sponsoring today's as opposed to the usual 2-week warning. In all seriousness, though, your proper first reaction should have been to tap the sign. Don't listen to what leaders say. There is all the incentive to bluff here. If Belarus thinks that Ukraine is serious, then it might evict Russia. That would give Ukraine exactly what it wants without having to lift a finger, which would give a weaker type of Ukraine the incentive to bluff strength. In turn, the declaration by itself cannot provide meaningful information that would alter how Belarus would respond. Now, the problem with our modern world's response to cheap talk is that we have often broken too far the other way. Verbal threats are not inherently lies.
Why is there a taco here? What is the significance of the taco in this video?
Trump said it, therefore it must be false.
Oh, no, you know what? I get it now.
It's become a bit of a meme, but I worry that too many people literally believe that, and believe that at their own peril, perhaps as Iran should have taught us. All that the first half of the sign warns us is that the act of saying things does not convey much information one way or another. And if Lukashenko looks at the second half of the sign, he might start to get worried, which seems to be the case based on his recent efforts to thaw diplomatic relations with Ukraine. You have probably seen these territorial exchange figures a dozen times by now. A few months of Ukrainian gains concentrated in Zaporizhia, after about a year and a half of persistent Russian control over the war's tempo. Those gains appear to be slowing in June, but the biggest cause seems to be Ukraine's campaign to take out Russian logistics using newly developed mid-range drones. Well, do you know what else those mid-range drones would be good at taking out?
Also, by the way, who care about the strongest American economy? They are ruined it with their own hand. They didn't ruin it with their own hand. Trump did, okay? Don't spit on my goat like that, okay? Trump is #1 in destroying his own economy. Never get it confused. So let's watch her destroy herself.
All of that Russian stuff sitting in Belarus. Here is another way to frame the situation. A lot of diplomacy is each party trying to persuasively explain to the other side what the structure of the game is. It is all over those books on the shelf. Volumes of simultaneously fascinating and painfully boring conversations about the capabilities and political concerns that each rival diplomat has, with invitations for the other side to do their own research to verify that information. In that light, Lukashenko is having to weigh his options. Not because Zelensky told him to, but because something else is in the air. And it is not love in Russia's near abroad. It is those drones. And Lukashenko's decision comes down to what he expects might happen if he does not buckle to Zelensky's demand. Well, the next question is what Ukraine might actually do here. Those mid-range drones make attacking Belarus plausible. They still do not guarantee that Ukraine will want to follow through.
I think if Trump will ruin the economy, we'll send nuclear bombs because don't like to lose. You know what? If you were talking about any other politician, I would have disagreed with you. Problem is, that might actually happen. He is that much of a sore loser. He might genuinely nuke the world because he feels like he's losing. So to show the rest of the world, yeah.
So what happens if Belarus calls Ukraine's bluff? There are 3 clear options here. One is to sit back and do nothing. Option 2 is to open up strikes on Russian targets. Option 3 is to add Belarusian oil infrastructure to the list. Option 1 is the baseline for comparison, so I do not have much to directly add to it, other than it is possible that Zelensky's original comments were a pure bluff. At the same time, Ukrainian intelligence is claiming that Russia is building up the equipment to use Belarus as a forward launch site for a new wave of drone attacks, so there is another strike against the pure bluff theory. Notably,
he's like Presser. Always rest up play Victoria 3. True.
Part of this claim cites Belarus saying that Ukraine is preparing for attacks on Belarus, giving us a fun preemptive war flavor to these proceedings. And sorry if that last sentence gave you a bit of whiplash. Skipping to option 3, attacking oil infrastructure would be interesting. Oil products are definitely dual use, but it is difficult to claim that Belarus is militarily contributing to Russia's war effort through the oil trade, at least as by the standard international norms on the subject. It is also hard to see how Ukraine would avoid inflicting civilian casualties when hitting oil infrastructure. From there, Belarus would be primed to retaliate. Essentially, Belarus has had all of the reason in the world to avoid being an active combatant in the war, and Ukraine would just be pulling them in anyway. The only way this works is if Belarus is somehow extremely reluctant to get involved in a war, but also has the ability to politically put its foot down and force Russia out of the country. And while I am sure that Kyiv would find it hilarious that Russia would have to further dilute its air defenses...
It's curious to see like the president play with this type of game and see if they can win in some way. Yeah, I mean in general, yeah, it'd be funny. Like, I don't know if you play Hoi, but it'd be interesting to just get Putin, Zelensky, Trump, and like other world leaders in a room, get them in a Hoi game, and see how they do.
is inside of Russia proper. I suspect that is not worth Belarus marshaling some of its forces against Ukraine. Just for some perspective, Ukraine imports crude oil from Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan. And breaking news, Ukraine uses oil for its war machine. Imagine one day that Russia decided to strike their respective oil infrastructure. Would they just sit there in response? What about Greece, Poland, Lithuania, and Turkey, which import oil products into Ukraine? Would they also take it lying down? Certainly not in response to an overt attack. That is Article 5 territory. Maybe a covert attack, because things like that are probably already happening. The war is full of dirty secrets, isn't it? Actually, that suggests to Ukraine a better alternative here. You have
Maybe do like multiplayer with all countries, so like Putin play Russia and Trump play America in a co-op battle. Yeah, have like a 1v1, yeah. That'd be fun. That would be funny.
Belarusian resistance before. Why not work with them again on some new targets? Fittingly, Zelensky met with the exiled Belarusian opposition leader, who has a history of showing up in unexpected places, at the end of May. Back on the overt front, there is a middle ground here. Limit the strikes to Russian military targets. This has more potential because it is unclear whether Lukashenko is particularly satisfied with the current arrangement anyway. Belarus has been militarily tied to Russia ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, but the reasoning traditionally ran the opposite direction. Any military threats to Russia would have to pass through Belarus first, so Minsk could free ride off of Moscow, as Russian troops would be better off confronting their challengers in Belarus than at the Russian border. In contrast, here Russia is using Belarus as a forward operating base to go on the offensive in Ukraine. That might make Minsk...
Man, it must suck to be a Belarusian, because like your current leader is basically just telling you that, yeah, our country, it's a front line for Russia. That's the entire point we exist. We have no national pride, no pride in ourselves. It's like our entire country is based on the fact that we are the front line for Russia. That must be the most humiliating thing if you're a Belarusian.
A fair weather ally. Happy to play if the war is going great, suddenly skeptical when things are not so hot. Well, things are not so hot. So there is a ton of upside for Ukraine here. Best case scenario, it strains union-state relations, and Russia pulls its assets out of Belarus. More realistic case scenario, the strain forces the Kremlin to offer more to Minsk to keep the relationship running. This is still a win for Ukraine. Better that Lukashenko control millions of dollars than the Kremlin. Worst case scenario, assuming that Belarus does not want to stick up for itself at all, Russia continues to operate the systems inside of the country. But now it must protect those systems from Ukrainian drones. So suddenly a bunch of anti-drone defenses get pulled elsewhere from Russian-held territory, leaving yet more holes for Ukrainian drones to sneak through there. This is also consistent with existing norms about third-party interventions into this conflict. NATO countries do not permit Ukraine to fly...
At the end, we will all die. No, apparently first the Belarusians will die, then us. Because the Belarusians are just like, said to themselves that we are Russia's front line. So they'll die first, then we'll die. You know, actually, no, you're done. I'll be awesome. I'll be good. I'm in New Zealand. I'm all the way in the middle of nowhere. All right. I'm in a safe haven. Like we're not even in maps half the time. No one knows about us.
Drones over their territory. The closest you get to this is Russia deliberately jamming Ukrainian drones to crash into NATO territory as a troll. NATO does not even station anti-drone defenses in Ukraine, despite many Russian aircraft having breached NATO borders. Heck, NATO at times has watched Russian drones fly back...
At the end, you will die too? Nah, not happening. I live in the greatest country in the world, in the middle of nowhere. Alright? At 100 years, but you will die. Hey, I'm not even gonna live in 100 years. So it's fine, as long as I don't die until... Like, I want to die of old age, okay? So 100 years is fine, I can live with that.
Ukraine. The underlying NATO strategy here is to maintain an arm's length from the war, and thus remain outside of overt kinetic action from Russia. In this framing, Belarus has deviated from the international norm, making it fair game. Ukraine taking action is intended to sanction Belarus and force it to fall back in line with the norm. Thus, I expect something
That I was meaning.
to happen here if Belarus fails to respond to the ultimatum. There are just too many exposed targets in the country that were not so exposed as of 6 months ago. What is hard to read is how much agency Belarus has in any of this beforehand. If Lukashenko does not know how to say no to Putin, then this is academic. There is no bargaining problem between Ukraine and Belarus, and this is purely a continuation of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And we all...
Well, tell me when I will die early and explain how it was the global war to America, Europe, Russia, and China. Tell me who will win in the... Look, all I know is that no matter what happens, all it will do is affect the prices of stuff here in my country. Like, I'm still gonna live, because who the fuck cares about us? We're in the middle of nowhere. We don't really contribute much militarily. So you know what? I'm in a good place. Sucks for you. You're in the middle of it all, so it's not my problem.
know how swimmingly the attempts to resolve that conflict have gone. However, the threats may all cancel out at a meta level. Remember, this began with Ukraine claiming that Russian assets are threatening to strike Ukraine. They may very well stay there, untouched, with Ukraine's capacity deterring further use. Sorry if you find the lack of kinetic action disappointing. So, what are our takeaway lines for today? There is a lingering possibility that Ukraine may take active measures to strike Belarus. The ongoing media discussion of this stems from a comment from Zelensky, but really the focus ought to be on Ukraine's mid-range strike campaign, which makes an operation feasible now, whereas it was not before. And I suspect that the scope of a potential strike would be more limited than Ukraine's threats currently suggest. Thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring today's video.
Alright, I'm gonna make myself another coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. For you, it mean only will be a good game Victoria for the wars. True. You know what I'll do? Alright, Alba, if you're still in chat, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow anyway, so if you're gonna come, take a look. We'll continue the Vicky game tomorrow, because I'll probably do a couple more reacts, because it's almost about 9 o'clock where I am in the evening, and I've got to go to work tomorrow, so we'll continue the game tomorrow if you're down for it. Yeah. Actually, what I'll do, I'll end stream, because I actually want to do some stuff after. So you know what? It was nice having you guys in chat. Alba, amazing meeting you. All right, my Italian friend. I will see you guys next stream. Boom.